of socioeconomic prosperity and transformation in the country. And I begin there, sir, because I think sometimes collectively we do not appreciate all of the different activities that have to exist, that have to go on at once in order to make sure that people thrive, in order to make sure that people benefit. The international environment, as the young people like to say, is not normal. It's not normal. And we got in the habit of often saying that we live in unprecedented times. And it started to sound like a bit of a platitude, as you say, sir. It started to sound like something that we just say. But I do not recall, certainly in my lifetime, and I've lived a little bit now, I certainly do not recall in my lifetime having this mix of challenges that face us. And to be frank, even some of the things that we represent as specific small island challenges are now affecting the rest of the world. When this delegation from Barbados goes to Egypt next month, when the Alliance of Small Island States delegation goes to Egypt next month, and continue to push the argument for extreme and severe loss and damage, continue to push the argument that we are on the front lines of the climate crisis, the conversation will not be as easy as even as it was in Glasgow last year when I had the privilege to lead the delegation. Because between the wildfires in China and in certain states in the US, the floods, yes, in Pakistan, but also in some of the major emitting countries, the fact is that the narrative that we are now hearing is, well, we are now all frontline states. Why are you all special? We are also experiencing loss and damage. So the conversation keeps changing on us. The international environment is not normal. I need not repeat all of the things that were said before about pandemics and floods and wars and rumors of wars and pestilence. I need not repeat that because I'm sure that many of us never thought that we would experience some of these issues all at once and be around to witness them. And sir, Barbados is an island, yes, but it does not exist in a vacuum. And I start there to suggest, sir, that sometimes I think that the conversations that we have seem to suppose that we are not to experience or to bear witness to any of the challenges the world is facing. As if we are somehow completely or meant to be completely ring-fenced, completely protected. And yes, it is the role of a government to be able to respond when things that we have not predicted happen. And that's a big part of our argument, to have predictable liquidity in the event of a disaster. That's why many of the policies that you'll see in this BERT plan speak to that. But I do not see how it is possible to never bear witness. And I say bear witness because that speaks to the experience. That speaks to having to partake in, to participate in the world's recovery, the moral recovery of the world from where we are. We don't get to sit it out. And others in this honorable place will get to their feet, sir, and will speak about what this government has done to respond to the pandemic and the other crises. In many ways, those responses themselves have been unprecedented. When I look at the kinds of policies, for example, that acknowledge the role of the care economy, acknowledge the role of care in responding to the pandemic. A lot of what we all, especially as women, know about the role of unpaid care work, we saw play out in the pandemic. And the government of Barbados understood the household dynamics enough to be able to invest in a companion care program that many people don't talk about. We talk about how many NIS claims we paid, and again, that was something that the government very quickly mobilized to be able to do. We talk about the level of NIS claims that we paid. We talk about the business interruption benefits that were paid to small business owners. We talk about the response in the health sector. One of the things we talk less about is the extent to which we realize, listen, one of the more important economic inputs is care of children, care of the ill, care of the elderly in households. And many times those people who provide that care are invisible. They are there, they are struggling. People who care for children living with autism and other kinds of disabilities. Many balls in the air, sir. Many things to consider. And when one looks across the landscape, when one looks across the Western Hemisphere at how other economies and how other governments have responded, we realize that the government of Barbados did its utmost to shield the people of Barbados from the worst ravages of the last 3 years that we've just been through. But I always say that I don't know where we got the impression that in our generation of being alive on this planet, we would have no battles to fight. This is our battle to fight. And it's not up to government alone to fight it. You know, I always say to the honourable member who led this resolution, the Honourable Prime Minister, that the same 280,000 people who stand to benefit from the transformation of this country are the same 280,000 people who have to execute it. We are a small island. And I say this because I want us to understand the resources that we have. There are many other countries that can dedicate all kinds of people resources to all kinds of things at the same time. We have to choose. And I'm being very honest about that. When I say that in the course of establishing the new Charter of Barbados, we have to choose what are the roles of all of the different actors. I am being very clear in that regard. What do the people of Barbados, what do the people of the region want our governments to be to us? What is the set of goods and services? What are the various responsibilities that we consider that the state should carry? And it is a very important conversation to have because it allows us to be able to hold the government accountable in the context of the things that we all agree the state should provide, because it cannot be everything. There can be no audience in this transformation. And sometimes I feel as if we expect that we are the audience and we are sitting back and we are watching a government or a private sector or a third sector or an international community or a CARICOM perform for us. Sir, there can be no audience in this transformation. The same 280,000 people who have to live here and benefit from whatever transformation happens are the same 280,000 people that have to execute the transformation, because you either work in the public service or you work in the private sector. You're either a student in a school You're either a student in university for which this government restored free tertiary education. You are not a bystander. You have to be a part of the transformation. So hold the government accountable. Hold the government accountable, but understand that you participate. And in my brief presentation, sir, I want to say a little bit about what that participation looks like. There are things that we need from the international community. That's one. There are things that we need from the Caribbean community writ large, including our sisters and brothers in Cuba and the Dominican Republic and other places in the wider Caribbean region. There are things, third, that we need from the government. There are things, number four, that we need from the private sector, including and especially small business. I say all the time, governments do not grow. I have this conversation with my beloved constituents all the time. Begin to set your sights, with our support, on small business, on the private sector, on finding a need and filling a need, because governments do not grow. And this growth that the Honourable Member for Christchurch West, who I know will listen with attention to our discussion on growth, but governments do not grow. So when we talk about this growth that has to bring us out of this recession, that has to be private sector led, it has to be inclusive, it has to be job led. So the international community, one, the Caribbean community, two, the government, the private sector, and the individual, all have to be a part of the transformation. So yes, comment, yes, engage with us, yes, engage with your government, but also understand that any indictments on our performance as a country are indictments on all of us. Now, sir, I'm not interested in any growth that is not driven by the masses of people in this country and in this region. And one would, sometimes it feels like a real sense of deja vu. It feels like there was a film called Groundhog Day, where you felt like you were just repeating yourself. In this business of development economics, every now and then a new economist comes up saying the things that we all said 25 years ago, and that person is a new celebrity. But we've proven, sir, that trickle-down economics does not work. This notion that as long as you're getting growth, as long as you're measuring an expansion in GDP, that you've done your job. We know that trickle-down economics doesn't work. And so I am not interested, sir, in any growth that is not driven, that is not led by the people of this country. The Honourable Member who spoke before me, the member for Christchurch West, mentioned the tribute that we paid to Robert Luther Miller Clark. He's called the name already, so I assume that I have that prerogative as well, sir. Bobby Clark, who was not my family, but certainly an icon in our context that represented freedom and represented social justice. And one of his daughters said something about him that just resonated with me so much. Earlier in this year, when there was a tribute to him while he was still with us, she said of her father, he continued to practice justice in courts as opposed to law. He continued to practice justice as opposed to law. Similarly, sir, I'm interested in the practice of economic justice and economic empowerment as opposed to economics. That is what we have to concern ourselves with. Government has to be the great equalizer in these matters, because if we leave it up to this thing called the market with a capital M, people will be left behind. And so I want to say something quickly about growth, and as I go through for the next couple minutes, I will try to talk about those things that we can expect from the international community, these 5 actors in our growth plan, from the Caribbean community, from government, from the private sector, and from each of us. But before I do that, I want to say one final thing quickly. There are those who pretend to care about growth or pretend to understand or believe growth to be a question of government picking a couple winners and investing capital in those sectors and forcing them, no matter their viability, to perform. So those that you hear, I have some very good friends at the university, but I continue to challenge them to come down off the hill and step down among us and understand what is happening in this country. Get out of the textbook and join us in the real world. This notion that a country comes up with a growth strategy that's 178 pages long, and it says in each sector what must happen, that is not real. A government of our size, a country of our size, should in fact pick a couple winners, as the government has done with renewable energy, with the renewable energy sector, which gives us a space where people can earn and create real wealth, as well as an avenue by which we address the question of the emissions in our environment that are not good for any of us. Beyond that, the country has also chosen to look at the agriculture sector because it is critical, not just to produce food, but also it's critical to help us integrate with the Caribbean and with the rest of the world in terms of developing value-added products and services that can create an income for Barbadians and those who live here. And that includes its targeting of the medicinal cannabis industry, although, as I have argued in this honorable place before, one has to rationalize the economic production side with the judicial side. One has to bring justice to bear on saying to a population, you can use this plant here to earn money legally, but we don't let you use in this plant in other ways. There is a bit of a dissonance in the posture. And I'm sure that this government will seek to correct that dissonance in the posture soon, as we saw the leadership in the United States do very recently. So yes, one needs to pick a couple sectors that we believe can help people thrive, but that is not the growth model that makes sense for us now. The growth model that makes sense for us now is the one that is outlined in the BERT plan, which is to create an environment in which I can have an idea. And my idea can create income and wealth for me, for my neighbors, for my children, for their children. As long as you create the environment for that to happen, any sector can grow. That is the model that is outlined in the BERT plan. So yes, there's some sectoral emphasis. I do not think that any government should be taking scarce financial resources and dumping wholesale into a particular sector. The private sector must perform. That model did not work for us because when we put all of those scarce eggs in one basket, what happened? When there's a crash in that one sector. I see lots of conversations about the extent to which government should be investing in tourism. I even saw people suggest that the government was building hotels, which, from my understanding, the ones that on which ground was broken recently are being developed by the private sector. Now, there's a lot that can be said about the tourism sector. There's the question of the tourism multiplier. There's the idea, which we know to be true, that much of the foreign exchange that we are counting as generated from the tourism sector does not remain here. And it has to stand as a challenge, not just to those who lead in the sector, but to all of us. Because we know that there's a certain amount of leakage when it comes to foreign exchange. And so similarly, when we set up an incentives framework, and incentives are referenced in the document, but I caution that any incentives framework in the tourism sector has to relate not just to permanent high-quality jobs, not just to the creation of permanent high-quality jobs, but also to the extent to which you are generating foreign exchange that remains in the country. Because when I build a hotel, where am I getting the inputs from? I'm taking up foreign exchange, and I'm importing, as the Honourable will say, I'm importing what to bill it with. Similarly, in the tourism product itself, lots of bookings are made overseas. So if you come to me and you say, I believe that under certain legislation, I should be entitled to certain concessions, show me the level of foreign exchange that is staying here and benefiting this country. Talk to me in those terms, because if you don't talk to me in those terms, I'm not giving you the concessions. Luckily, those listening to my voice don't have to worry because I'm not in the government. But were it up to me, that would be the framework. That was the framework that we put forward to be able to reframe the incentives. To be able to say, don't just come and ask for concessions, but show us how your investment is productive. And so the granting of concessions will then be based on the high-quality permanent jobs that you create, will then be based on the level of foreign exchange, the amount of foreign exchange that is staying here, as well as the extent to which your investment is green and does not contribute to greenhouse gas emissions, and so on. And I suspect that that is likely to be the framework that this government may revisit soon. But that is one of the very important transformations with respect to how we administer the sector. But the final thing I will say on this sector, sir, is that I cannot think of any country that will have a resource like the tourism product of this country, which does need to be renewed and renovated, and I have every confidence that the government is working on that renewal and that diversification within the sector itself. Our visitor economy is not a sun, sea, and sand economy, let's be real. We have people who have invested in this country, who come here, who live here for 3 months, 4 months, 5 months at a time. And so that visitor economy is people coming for healthcare, is people coming to go to school, is people coming to enjoy the country. But don't let us fool ourselves that any country that has a competitive advantage in a sector is not going to continue to build on that competitive advantage. It would be a fool's mission for Barbados to shut up shop tomorrow in the tourism sector and say we are finished with that. It would be a fool's mission for almost, I would dare say, every member in this honourable place whose constituents work in the sector, not just directly, but in the agriculture sector, in the hospitality sector, in the beauty sector, and have that multiplier effect come through to their businesses. So, sir, quickly, I want to touch on a couple other things that are important for the execution of the growth strategy. Because much of what is in BERT 2022 reinforces what we know we need to do for transformation. But I want to just mention a couple of things that I expect that when the actual implementation plan comes, that we will see a little bit more of. So there are things we need from the international community. There are things on which we need to act at the global level and on which we need global solidarity and action. Integration with global online platforms is one of them. Sir, this market in Barbados is extremely small. I know of people who have started small businesses in the last 2 years that have already reached as much of the market share as they're going to get. They're not going to grow anymore in Barbados because they've found their consumer, they've found all of them, and that is it. In this 2022, you are not selling unless you are selling online. In this 2022, if you have creative content, you are not in anything unless you are able to make it available online, on Alibaba, on Amazon, on YouTube, etc. And the kind of global technology frameworks that will allow Barbadian young people to monetize their content on these platforms, to be able to sell freely in online marketplaces, that is the next frontier of economic transformation. You know, sir, 15 years ago, I was in Santiago in Chile with a team from the Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean, talking about this question of vulnerability. Because we talk about debt vulnerability, we talk about climate vulnerability. But one of the things we put on the table at the time on this question of vulnerability was being able to measure a country's capacity to develop and adapt to new technologies as one of the ways to measure whether a country was really vulnerable. Are we adapting to new technologies? I saw there was a young man, somebody sent me a video of a young man saying that he was going to start some work. He was doing some advocacy to see how Barbadian young people could get to monetize their YouTube content and other kinds of content. Because we realize that if you're not in those environments, then you're not in anything. So what in our formal and non-formal education and enabling environment is preparing us to be high-knowledge economies that produce and not just consume high-value tech products? Where are we in our cybersecurity agenda? And do we stand to be left behind in one area of economic activity that has the capacity, if we dare to allow it, that has the capacity to equalize the world? If we miss this digital revolution, if we are not able to get access to those marketplaces, we miss the opportunity for job-led growth that we're not going to catch up with. So that, at the international level, we need that. But we need to have action at our level to be able to make that happen. Regional transport at the CARICOM and the Caribbean community level is another. I mean, it is scary to believe that we cannot move, not just to take advantage of business opportunities, but if we really had to have any sudden need for people to move today, all at once, how would we get them to move? We are in a regional transport conundrum that we need to solve, because those people who are developing businesses here that have reached the capacity of their market share, they need to leave. So having a situation where you can't travel directly from here to Jamaica, or the cost of air travel is prohibitive from here to St. Lucia, is also something that we have to solve. And I say these things to suggest to you that the transformation that Barbados needs calls for action, not just here, but calls for action at several levels. So we need to move affordable and healthy food between our islands. We need to move people, and we need to have something that I believe we've targeted in the form of a unified telecommunication system and a single roaming rate so people can do business with each other. We need, at the national level, and obviously the things I will say are not exhaustive, but there are things, sir, that have rested on my bosom in considering this Burt plan. So I know how to get the attention of the member for St. James Central. One of those things is a better valuation and registration and use of our assets. You know, we talk about this, what was it, $14 billion in domestic savings that we have here. I believe at the end of March this year, the central bank put the figure at 14 billion, which suggests that household savings have grown. But while we do want people to take advantage of the higher interest rates from BOSS bonds, BOSS plus bonds, writ large, we need to have a framework within which people can really invest. What are the instruments? Where is the money going? That's what we need. We need to have integration into the regional stock exchanges that are performing. And I don't say that, that's not to say that the Barbados Stock Exchange cannot be led to perform, but Trinidad and Jamaica and others have realized the wisdom of combining our efforts in that regard. The money needs somewhere to go. We talked about a sovereign wealth fund. I anticipate that in the growth strategy document that accompanies this Burt plan, that we will also see that come to fruition. Sir, we talked about the financial management legislation. And the Honourable Prime Minister talked about the procurement legislation that will help flesh out that very comprehensive set of work that has been done. That is so critical. It is not just critical to allow Barbadians to understand how to get access to certain works that are led by government and others, but it is similarly critical to be able to build trust and transparency. This government said that contracts over $1 million would be laid in Parliament in the context of COVID because we wanted people to understand that just because you have to move fast doesn't mean that you're not accountable. I do not know why we cannot make that the subject of an amendment to the existing legislation. I think we can, because we have to remember that we're not just governing for today. We're governing for a time when those who might seek to come to this honourable place may not be as honest as the ones that occupy it today. Let's be real. And while we may all say, and quite rightly so, well, look at here, I don't have anything to hide, I want the legislation to compel me to show it. I don't mind being compelled to show because I have nothing to hide. And so I would love to see us have that register of contracts over $1 million published on Parliament's website. I believe that the Honourable Member for Christchurch East Central is making some efforts in that regard now. And this just stands as some words of support for those efforts that I believe that he's making. Public sector reform, sir, is mentioned in the Burt plan. When I was studying economics at the Catholic University of Santo Domingo in 2000, I wrote about public sector reform in Barbados. It was going on then, 22 years ago. So ongoing was the process that there was a logo. I think the logo still exists. That attached to all government documents that has said public sector reform. What does that look like? How do we know that we are finished or that we've reached success? The commitment for results approach that will hold all of us and every single public officer accountable for the work that they show up to do every day is necessary. I don't just want to hear public sector reform. It got to the point where it was like the words had no power. Because it's not a challenge. It's not a challenge to say whether or not public officers are working, that we've gone past that. And I think sometimes we focus a little too much on people and not enough on systems. Systems. Do we have the kind of systems in place that mean that certain things don't fall through the cracks? Do we have the checks and balances that mean that somebody is going back to look and make sure that this thing happens when we said it would happen? And so we can't continue to pay lip service to that question anymore. It has to be real. But all of us that make up the social partnership and that make up the public service in this country have to commit to it being real. There can be no bystanders in this transformation, sir. Sir, I finally want to come to the last two sectors that I think that are mentioned in BERT 2.0 that we have to make sure we wrestle to the ground. One of them is transformation in the transport sector. The other is transformation in the housing sector. When it comes to the issue of transportation, we have certain targets set in the energy policy. Decarbonization of the transport sector is critical. But the truth is that we also need, in trying to meet those targets, we also have the opportunity to meet other targets, which is to make it easier for people to move. And to improve the public transport system in such a way that people feel confident and comfortable to not own a car, as we see in certain other jurisdictions. I said recently on this topic, sir, that the test of a developed country is not whether the poor own cars, but whether the rich take public transport. And that means that that public transport has to be of a quality that the member for St. Michael's South, member for St. James North, you, sir, would be happy to sell your car, to leave your car home, and to take public transportation. That is a test, because we cannot build a sector for poor people. A government that is serious about development does not build out a sector with thinking that only poor people is to use this thing. We have to build it to the quality that we would use it happily. That is the next frontier of transformation in the transport sector, and similarly in the housing sector. I have a question on my mind, sir. Do we know how people want to live? Do we know how people want to live? When people think about the circumstances in which they live, do they want a large yard? Do they want to be close to town? Do we know? Because I think that a lot of the time we have a vision that we brought from wherever we've brought it. We have this notion of an unfinished agenda, and we come now to bring it to a sector without reference to how people want to live. A good colleague of mine just sent me a picture of his new house that is built from a repurposed container. It is a part of the new tiny homes craze that's sweeping the world. Placed in a shared services kind of environment where everything that he needs is there. I am not saying that if a person doesn't want a yard, that if a person wants a yard, they shouldn't have it. But I'm saying let's understand that in this Barbados, people may have no objection to going up with their housing instead of going across. Let's understand how people really want to live. Because perhaps we will solve problems. Perhaps we will be able to respond more easily to the housing needs if we liberalize in our minds this model of housing that we think people have. Now, if when we talk to people, we realize that everybody wants a housing lot of a certain size and a yard of a certain size and so on, that's fine. But I dare say that we won't find that.
Honourable member has 2 more minutes.
I dare say, thank you, sir, that we won't find that. But let us challenge our thinking in that regard. The final part of this BERT plan and of this narrative on growth and social transformation has to do with understanding whether people are thriving. And I look forward to the contribution of the member for St. Michael South. My good neighbor, best neighbor you could have. On the matter of being able to monitor, I think I've started a bit of a revolution here, sir, because I called out one of my neighbors, but all of my neighbors are wonderful colleagues. All of my neighbors are wonderful colleagues. But, sir, we have to understand how people are living. I see in the BERT plan a focus on data, an independent statistics authority, and so on. That's great. But we find that countries tend to be better at economic data and tracking GDP and so on than they are at understanding what's happening with people's welfare and people's well-being. We had a poverty study in 2016. And we tend to use all these proxies to really understand whether people are thriving, what is this level of their well-being. And the member for St. Michael South, as a practitioner in this area, he and I talk about this all the time, that poverty moves. People move, they're vulnerable, they're poor, something happens, they get an opportunity, they have an opportunity to strengthen their income or their base of wealth. Conversely, something may happen, they have a hospital bill, they lose a job, they weren't poor before and they're poor now. Let us understand that we don't have a basket that the poor live in. We don't just count the poor and keep them there and they're poor forever and that number never changes. It is something that changes. And we have to have a way to be able to measure that so that just as how we have the early warning systems for tsunamis and the early warning systems for all kinds of things, we have early warning systems that tells us when people are at risk of becoming poor and indigent. We need to measure that properly. We need to measure debt sustainability. We need to know the debt to GDP ratio. We need to know all of that. I want to know objectively who is struggling, what are the multiple deprivations that people experience in education, in housing, objectively. And I have every confidence that the member for St. Michael South, the member for the city, and their teams will be able to take us there. Sir, I close with these final remarks. A government in a country of this size with the targets, the aspirations, the will that this Barbados Labour Party government has to do right by its people. A government of that nature will always have several balls in the air. Just read this BERT plan. We are aiming to transform everything at once. And for that reason, sir, there is no audience here. There can be no bystanders here. We all need to pick up the part that corresponds to us, to pick up the people that correspond to us, and to bring everything, all of our skills, all of our people, our neighbors, our family along to make sure that all prosper. And with those words, sir, I commend this resolution to this House.
Honourable for St. James Central.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I thank you for the opportunity to say a few words on this matter. I believe, Mr. Speaker, sir, that as I reflect on the Barbados Economic Recovery and Transformation Plan, I perhaps should begin where my friend, the Honourable Member for St. Michael South Central, left off. And I think that she makes a very poignant observation. There is no room for any audience. There is no room for anybody to be a bystander. And one of the clear reasons why, Mr. Speaker, is because we were all part of the journey that brought us to this point of necessity. There were no bystanders, Mr. Speaker, sir, while this country suffered as a result of widening fiscal deficit. And I want, in much of the same vein as the Honourable Prime Minister did, to speak to Barbados, sir, directly through you. Every one of us in this country, sir, understood the pain of watching the government spend more money than it was able to bring in. Every one of us understood the challenge that that caused to Barbados, so that there were no bystanders at that point. There were no bystanders, Mr. Speaker, sir, while our country's debt reached unsustainable levels. And let me say candidly that we have to be very wary, because it is clear now that the political gloves are off, and that there are those who, even if only for the purpose of ensuring the existence, the continued existence of the traditional main opposition party, Mr. Speaker, sir, will engage in the art of political revisionism, revising historical revisionism, revising history, Mr. Speaker, to serve only themselves and what they perceive as a battle to ensure the continued existence of the traditional main opposition party. So, on call-in programs now, there are lead actors who will be moderators of call-in programs, and they will start by asserting that there is an untruth to say that the debt in Barbados in 2018, when we took government, could have reached the astronomical levels of $17 billion, when in truth, Mr. Speaker, it would have gone as high as $18 billion at the end of March of 2018. But Mr. Speaker, sir, the historical revisionism apart, there is no one in this country who was a bystander and felt that they were unaffected when the incontestable and perhaps inconvenient truth was being exposed that little Barbados, 166 tiny square miles, had become the third most indebted country on planet Earth, behind only Japan and Greece. Mr. Speaker, sir, there was no bystander when we saw the institutional decay of the state-owned enterprises. The National Housing Corporation that crumbled literally under the debt of virtually $200 million. Then my friend sitting to my right became Minister of Public Works, Mr. Speaker, sir, a challenge that he had to fight, and my friend to my left, the Deputy Prime Minister, must now continue that battle. But they would have gone into an MTW environment where there would have been roughly another $200 million in unaccounted for expenses, Mr. Speaker. There was no bystander, sir, when the national reputation and the international reputation of this country was carried through the mud by way of 23 downgrades, sir. So that the Honourable Member for St. Michael South Central is entirely right. We watched, all of us, and had to endure all of us had to participate in the process of the good governance of this country being eroded, the reputation of the country being eroded, public confidence in the country being eroded, Mr. Speaker, sir, the international reserves of the country being eroded down to $420 million. That was what our reserves were at one point, 4 weeks of import cover. And now, Mr. Speaker, we are here at the point where we are discussing the economic recovery and transition plan and strategy, which is the second iteration of it. And it has very clear targets. Perhaps the first target, Mr. Speaker, sir, is to make the economy of Barbados a lot more vibrant, a lot more resilient, and a lot more entrepreneurial. And that we do so, Mr. Speaker, within the context of fairness and equality of opportunity. Now, there are a few things that I want to say at the very outset, sir, because I consider these to be vitally important. One of the things that make this particular BERT plan very attractive is the fact that built into it is a self-monitoring mechanism, so that there will be semi-annual reviews whereby we look at the performance of different ministries which are responsible for growth in this country. And that there will be built in, again, this is homegrown plan. This is not foisted on us by anybody. And I can come to that a little bit later. Built into it, Mr. Speaker, therefore, sir, are benchmarks. The plan itself speaks for the need to target a primary balance, to set targets on the transfer of money to state-owned enterprises. May I remind this House and this country through you, sir, that there was a period of time when it was a free-for-all with regard to some of the state-owned enterprises in Barbados, and that there was an apparent belief that there could be no end or no stoppage put to the amount of people that you were just simply going to bring into a statutory entity, whether it was the National Housing Corporation, whether it was the Sanitation Service Authority, whether it was the CBC, sir. There was no end to the amount of people who would be brought in for partisan political purposes, even though the administration of the day knew well that there was no way in some circumstances to pay for these people, to pay their salaries. And that's why you come to the point of printing money, that you didn't have the ability to pay for the people. So, sir, you have to find a way. Mr. Speaker, the question of limited the issuance of new debt and limiting the creation of new arrears. These are the benchmarks that are being built in so that we are in a position of monitoring the performance of this BERT plan. In other words, sir, holding the feet of the government to the fire is a position that the government itself has voluntarily put itself in so that we can hold ourselves accountable, that colleague ministers can be held publicly accountable, Mr. Speaker, not only by their colleagues or not only by this House, sir, and I'm coming to that point, but also by the general public. Beyond that, Mr. Speaker, sir, is the fact that we are now engaged in what has to be accepted as a best practice. I want to respectfully submit to you, Mr. Speaker, that you, as I speak, preside over a public administrative best practice, that the government of the day is bringing an economic transformation and recovery plan, and it is laying it on the floor of the Parliament, Mr. Speaker, sir, with the fullest transparency, with absolute openness to scrutiny, not only by this House, Mr. Speaker, but by the general public who are entitled now to comment upon and participate in national debate upon this economic recovery plan. It is something that was hidden in the darkness and now and will then subsequently be brought to light. We begin this journey in much the same vein, Mr. Speaker, because you find that you have to remind people of some of the basic truths about the quality of governance that exists in Barbados today that had not existed in Barbados during that period of time that we refer to as the lost decade. This House, Mr. Speaker, this House saw a national economic policy, a national energy policy, being brought before in 2019, sir. That energy policy, and I can speak to it a little bit later on, that is the energy policy, sir, that sets the benchmark and the target for us to be entirely fossil fuel free by the year 2030. But that too was not hidden anywhere. That wasn't done like how it is being done, sir. Our energy program rolled out virtually without reference to anybody in the public, as has happened across Latin America, as has happened across Africa, as has happened in Europe, Mr. Speaker, sir, as has happened in some parts of Asia, Mr. Speaker. We brought a national energy policy to the Parliament of Barbados, and in open light for all to see, comment upon, and participate in, Mr. Speaker, hold the government up to scrutiny. That is the invitation that this government has made to the public of this country. And we do it again, sir, with the Economic Recovery Transformation Plan that we are discussing today. It is a process, Mr. Speaker, sir, of active citizenship that we are inviting. We are inviting the citizens of Barbados not just to stand by and watch, but to be part and parcel of the discussion on the way forward. Mr. Speaker, obviously, as Minister responsible for the productive sector, I have to spend some time on this matter of the growth strategy and the need to incentivize private sector investment to partner, sir, with public investment in doing a number of things. And perhaps the first is the climate resilient infrastructure and green transition. Now, Mr. Speaker, sir, as I said to you, we are in the age where we are implementing now a national energy policy that would take us back as far, that will carry us to the year 2030, by which time our target is to be entirely fossil fuel free for the purposes of the use of energy in Barbados. Now, where are we? We have come to the point, Mr. Speaker, sir, where there are implemented a number of feed-in tariffs for power purchase entities and agreements of power purchases agreements, and the feed-in tariffs for independent power producers are in place with respect to renewable energy technologies. The key point that I think the country must be made aware of is that the feed-in tariff for those, or rather the power purchase agreement, for those investments, which will be between 1 megawatt and 10 megawatts, has been settled by the Fair Trade Commission. And therefore, sir, that brings us to the point where investments of scale, not just those now at household level or small industrial level, but larger scale sub-utility level investments are now able to be treated by way of a settled power purchase agreement. Mr. Speaker, sir, the next stage will be the completion of the agreement, the power purchase agreement for between 10, well, not between, above 10 megawatts. Because anything above 10 megawatts, sir, will be the final phase. And for those very large, or the largest of the large investments in this country, sir, that will be the final phase of the power purchase agreement work that has to be done. And I confidently expect, Mr. Speaker, that we will, perhaps by January or so of next year, be in a position to be having discussions on the closure of that. The next issue of substance, sir, is the question of battery storage. Renewable energy technology, sir, whether it is the solar PV or wind, is of an intermittent nature naturally. Now, sir, the problem that we have had in Barbados is that virtually everyone, give me a chance, virtually everyone who has had the financial wherewithal to get out of the starting gates on this renewable energy journey, and I speak, sir, specifically to those people who are deep-pocketed individuals or entities, have chosen to go the route of the solar photovoltaic. So therefore, Mr. Speaker, the vast majority of applications, the vast majority of approvals of applications and licenses granted have been in the area of solar photovoltaics. But as I said, it is an intermittent technology. Today has been a rainy morning, and we're into a rainy evening. And so there's not a lot of energy that's been generated by any of the photovoltaic panels in Barbados. But, Mr. Speaker, sir, it has also been a windy day. And if investment had been made with respect to wind, then we may have had more energy being generated through renewable energy technology. But that has not been the general course of action, because most people who have been immersing themselves in this have chosen the comparatively more easy route, which is via the solar PV. But, Mr. Speaker, sir, whether or not it's by solar or by wind, we come to a point where we will have, because of the intermittent nature of the technology, to have storage. So that on a day like today when the rain has been falling, there has to be a way in which we have previously stored energy capacity in this country so that the utility is able to source it and to distribute it and transmit it where it is called upon, where there's a demand for it. And, Mr. Speaker, sir, that can only happen by way of battery storage. Now, there is a need, therefore, to treat to the battery storage development within a regime of order. And the first thing, therefore, sir, was that we had to bring in a consultant who would assist the Fair Trade Commission, because there is a need to recognize that we start from ground zero here. It is without precedent in the country. So you had to have the necessary modeling done so that we could come to a point where, sir, the rates or proposed rates could be completed. That modeling work has been completed, Mr. Speaker. I'm happy to say that the Fair Trading Commission has been furnished with proposed rates. And as I speak to you during the course of this debate, sir, and as I anticipate will be the case during the rest of this week, the Fair Trading Commission staff, sir, the electricity panel, will be looking at or doing a review of the recommendations of the consultant. So we are well on the road with respect to that. Once the Fair Trading Commission has been able to settle on what the proposed rates are going to be, then they go out to the wider public, again in the greatest interest of fullest transparency, sir, to go out to the wider public of stakeholders so that we can get their input before final decisions are made. And that will be the next step. And so therefore, sir, as I talked to you in the month of October, I don't want to rush the brush lest I spill paint, but I would imagine, sir, that a good Christmas gift to the people of Barbados or a good New Year's present to the people of Barbados would be that we have completed this issue of battery storage and that we will be one step further, recognizing that even as I speak to you, we are many steps ahead of the islands of the Caribbean amongst whom we are nestled and with whom we must of necessity compete. But, Mr. Speaker, sir, I want to say a word or two about wind, because I don't feel it is sufficient to stand in this Parliament and only speak to the question of the solar PV investment without recognizing, sir, that there has been at least one amongst us in this country who has had the courage, who has had the foresight, who has had the willingness to go outside of the ordinary, which has been just to say, let me get as much solar as I can. And that has been the easy course of action for virtually every investor, bar none, except this particular investor who has gone up to St. John, not far from Guinea, and has put in 1 megawatt, Mr. Speaker, sir, of solar, of wind power generation. I want to congratulate that particular investor, Mr. Speaker. I also want to point the country to the fact that the much beleaguered utility, the Light and Power, and much abused utility, the Light and Power, must be recognized for the good things that they are prepared to do. And they are in fact in discussion with the government of Barbados with respect to 40 megawatts of wind energy generation at Lambert's. The national energy policy, sir, of which I spoke earlier, contemplates and requires that we have a blend of energy generation in this country. There are those who are almost bullheaded in their approach to solar PV. without reference, sir, to the efforts with regard to wind, without reference, Mr. Speaker, sir, to the generation of bio-related fuels, without reference, Mr. Speaker, sir, to waste of energy. And again, I want to say that the utility is at the table in the very closing stages of discussion. In fact, I believe, Mr. Speaker, that it would be correct to say that it is anticipated that there need to be a few more meetings, literally a few, in order to complete the green energy park. But again, the utility is at the centerpiece of that as well. And that where we are, sir, is at a point where we are now beginning to see alternatives to solar creeping into the energy mix in Barbados. Because the country cannot be one giant solar photovoltaic farm. There has to be a blend, so that when one technology fails, there is room for others to be playing, and therefore certainty for the grid, reliability for the grid, and stability for the grid, Mr. Speaker. Now, I should also say that the government has reached out, or rather, I have reached out with the blessing of the Cabinet to the International Finance Corporation, the private sector arm of the World Bank, for them to start to do some work with us as we structure transactions, and to give us the guidance as we structure transactions with respect to offshore wind in Barbados. We have identified sites by way of studies, because a lot of the talk in this country is as though you expect that these things can happen almost like manna falling from heaven automatically. You have to do the necessary studies to find the proper sites. Having identified the proper sites, then the question is, who in Barbados has the experience in doing this type of work? This type of work that will attract to the country somewhere in the vicinity, sir, of $1 billion to $2 billion United States dollars of investment. That must be unlocked, and unlocked in a structured and sensible way. And so therefore, sir, that is the reason why we've started to have the discussions with the IFC with a view, Mr. Speaker, sir, to helping us as we walk the journey, the unprecedented journey in the Eastern Caribbean. The only country in the Eastern Caribbean to be at this point, quite frankly, of being able now to start the process of wind farms offshore off the coast of Barbados. Now, Mr. Speaker, sir, I also want to speak a little bit to the renewable energy sector in the context of what happened on the floor of this Parliament. This transformation plan recognizes, sir, the need for us to again continue to facilitate ordinary Barbadians with what I just called, Mr. Speaker, what I just referred to as an opportunity for fairness and to have equality of opportunity in this economy. I have said in this House, and I have been criticized for saying in this House, and because the people criticize me for saying in this House, I will say it again in this House, because they don't know who they're talking to. I will never, Mr. Speaker, shy away from standing in the defense of giving opportunities to the working class people of Barbados who sent me here. So let us get that right. And there is nobody, sir, there is nobody who is going to convince this honourable member for St. James Central that it is a wrong thing or an undesirable thing for us to have opportunity given as we create a new sector of the economy to those people who were left out, who were excluded, who were treated, sir, as mere flotsam and jetsam, that they could wash up on the shore or wash off of the shore, it did not matter. When we created a new sector in Barbados, Mr. Speaker, sir, called tourism, we saw a lot of the people who are the masses of this country. They could be found carrying brooms in every hotel. They could be found, Mr. Speaker, sir, carrying pots and pans in every hotel. They could be found, Mr. Speaker, sir. They could be found, Mr. Speaker, sir, carrying trays in every hotel. But very few of them sat in the boardrooms of the hotel sector that was bringing millions of dollars into this country, hundreds of millions of dollars into this country. We know the history of this country has been that there was an agricultural sector, sir, in which sugar was paraded as king. And we know that those people who were the descendants of the people who sent all of us here toiled night and day in cane fields, Mr. Speaker, sir. They were there in their hundreds and in their thousands. But we did not find them, sir, as being the beneficiaries of the millions of dollars when commerce took place across borders. And so as we create a new sector, there must be a philosophical position in this matter. It is not about the politics of convenience anymore. Either you stand philosophically on the side of the people of Barbados in their majority, or you stand against them. And I stand, sir, to repudiate any cause that suggests that we must not, as we unfold this new renewable energy sector, put the masses of the people in Barbados in a position where they are players. So that the unprecedented act, and I say unprecedented, Mr. Speaker, sir, because I know of no other country anywhere in this world in which a prime minister has stood on the floor of the parliament of that land and has created an opportunity as of right for the working classes of the country, as long as you are occupying a home that you live in, as long as you occupy your home, in other words, that you as of right have an automatic access to the renewable energy opportunity. And what does that mean? It means, Mr. Speaker, sir, that for those people who live in Redmond Village in my constituency, those people who live in Hoyts Village in my constituency, note the address. It ends with village, where people are in tenantry land, Mr. Speaker, sir. People have houses that they own, but there are still, in some cases, no road to the house. They're walking through Cat Road and mud today because the rain is falling, sir. Those humble rural folk must be given the equality of opportunity. It cannot be that those whose pockets stretch from the waist down to their ankle get all. And so we have carved out a couple hundred megawatts in this country for those people to be players. It did not happen in Mexico. It has not happened in Costa Rica, Mr. Speaker. It has not happened in Colombia, sir. It has not happened in Canada. It has not happened in the United States of America. It has not happened in any country in Europe that I know of. But it has happened in Barbados. And it has happened because of a philosophical commitment to make sure that the energy opportunity is democratized, as we hold that up to the world to say that while we rile and raise our voices against climate change, and while we are the first to stand in the breach and say there must be adaptation, it has to be a process in which the economic benefit does not exclude the overwhelming majority of the people of the country. That is the position taken by this government, sir. It is without precedent, and there is no apology from this minister. Now, having said that, what was required to do it? Because it was announced in this parliament in March 15th. I talking to you in this parliament, sir, October 11th. This morning, I have already approved 50 more applications from that category of persons that I talked about. We have had to adjust the administrative process. And we adjusted the administrative process, Mr. Speaker, sir, to make sure that if you're between 2 kilowatts, the smallest type of technology you can put on roof of PV, and 5 kilowatts, just send in, use the WhatsApp and send in the application, and automatically it is approved. And if you go between 5 and 10, where the legislation requires that there needs to be a more formal process, the adjustment to the administrative practice facilitates the more formal process to go faster. But there is in this process, Mr. Speaker, a need for this country to understand that there are voices raised in opposition politically. And one of the things that I want Barbadians to understand is that in all things you must go to the root of the matter, which is the philosophy behind the voice. So I heard a voice raised, which I am told is to be attributed to the presidency of the party that contested the last election and got no seats. The same party that contested the election before and got no seats. And a party that contested a by-election and failed to win that seat. Mr. Speaker. And that voice raised attributed to the leader of that grouping, that sorry bunch. That voice raised, Mr. Speaker, sir, was raised in protest about this government adjusting an administrative process in the interest of working class, ordinary Barbadian people. Because as far as they're concerned, it can only happen if you come here and change the whole legislative infrastructure. Not true. Not true. Because it can be done by way of adjustments to the administrative process. To fast track an administrative process that Mr. Speaker, this concept of renewable energy is not something that we own. We put a policy around it where none existed. We, Mr. Speaker, sir, start to put what was it we're looking for? Behind every piece of legislation. There has to be regulations. We put a regulatory framework, Mr. Speaker, draft regulations, because of the fact that there were none when the Honourable Member for Christchurch East became minister. There was not a regulation. None, sir. None. This was a free-for-all. And what made it even more offensive and more troublesome was that the minister responsible for energy at the time was the Prime Minister of Barbados, as he then was. But that's true. It was none other than the Prime Minister of Barbados, as he then was. So that, Mr. Speaker, sir, what we've had to do is rebuild this from scratch. And the Honourable Member for St. Michael South Central and myself have worked on another mechanism to fast-track the application processes, because they don't like me to say it, but the backlog for the bulk of the applications, yes, those applications that would have been put in by the people with deep pockets, the ones who can lift the phone and call to every level of the society and economy and say, I am unhappy because I want to spend $1 million and you all won't let me get through. That used to happen. We put a fast track in place for them too. But you know, when the fast track was put in place for them, not a voice was raised from the Democratic Labour Party of today to say that was a bad thing. But as you put a fast track mechanism in place for working class people with a darker color to their skin, this strange human being who himself has come out of the bowels of rural Barbados, born to rural Barbadian working class folk, but who somehow has turned his back and set his face like flint against the well-being of those same people who helped him climb the rungs of the ladder that he now stands upon. He has a problem. But Mr. Speaker, sir, it can't work that way. It can't work that way. And so therefore, this economic recovery transition plan speaks to that and to the way forward. It also speaks, Mr. Speaker, sir, to the fact that there will be a new Electricity Supply Act, and I am cheering the process. We have had at least 4 meetings on the draft. It is in draft, it exists in draft, and Mr. Speaker, sir, as soon as is humanly possible, as in within the next couple months, that has to be here to help carry this process forward even more. Now, sir, incentivizing private and public investment in low-income housing is also a priority for this government. And I want to start on that note by saying that my friends to my right here, the first 2 closest to me, sir, recognize that there has been a pent-up demand. And I'm not only saying that now. I say that, Mr. Speaker, sir, against the backdrop of speeches I made when I was a youngster in government back in 2003 and 2004. And if you consult Hansard, sir, I sat in my position back then on the farthest side of this bench. And I made the point that there were people in my constituency back then who had had applications at our National Housing Corporation back then, and who could tell me that 10, 15, and 20 years had passed back then, and they had had no solution to housing. Now, Mr. Speaker, sir, it would be correct to say that today, these new ministers have been able to identify 25,000 such people. So I couldn't have been telling a lie. 25,000 such Barbadians bred and born who have applied to National Housing Corporation for an opportunity to own a piece of this little rock.
and that for 10 years, 15, 20, and 25 years, nobody has gotten back to them. Now, what does it mean? Because that's just to say it statistically. But what does it mean, Mr. Speaker, sir, for the living human being? The lived reality, sir, the unconscionable reality, the unacceptable reality, Mr. Speaker, is that at age 25, I applied to get a house at a time when I had a job, at a time when, Mr. Speaker, sir, I was in my youth and I could contemplate a 30-year mortgage. But 25 or 26 years later, Mr. Speaker, I am now 50. I can't get no 30-year mortgage. I ain't going to be working till I'm 80. I am under substantial pressure because when I applied, sir, I had little children. No, I got children who are in advanced years of education. And then, Mr. Speaker, sir, what have we done to those people? We have effectively, sir, removed from them an opportunity to own land in the country of their birth. And that is why I raised my voice against it then. And that is why I take pride in being part of a government now that has intervened in order to make sure that those issues are followed up upon, they are fast-tracked, and they are put as in a position of priority where that injustice is being brought to an end, Mr. Speaker, sir. That is what this government is doing. I also feel, Mr. Speaker, sir, it is necessary to recognize that and underscore the fact, and the Prime Minister said it earlier, that this government is also the first to introduce planning gains in order to ensure that there is access, sir, to land and to infrastructural improvement in Barbados. The last set of people who govern this country, or should I say misgovern the country, they were famous. They were widely renowned. One just failed an appeal in the courts of the United States to get his release from conviction. His get out of jail card is now gone. But Mr. Speaker, sir, they were renowned for talking to investors, not in the interest of giving a planning gain to assist the development of a wider community, but in the interest, Mr. Speaker, sir, of more narrow gains with more narrow perspectives. So much so that there was one famous investor, one noted investor, who left the office of one particular minister to say, I was heard to say as he descended the steps, that he has never seen so much steel in one building. He had never seen so much steel. No, Mr. Speaker, sir. What are we using the planning gains for? That in the constituencies of all of us in this house, sir, in the constituencies of all of us, there are persons who are living in circumstances of underprivilege. Let's not pretend that that is not true. It is true. I took the Deputy Prime Minister into my constituency in Paynes Bay the other day. Landlocked houses, dirt entrance. This is on the Platinum Coast. The Platinum Coast, the west coast of Barbados, pristine, we tell the world, because that's the picture postcard beauty of the front road next to the sea. The multi-million-dollar enterprises. But when you go in between the tracks and you see how ordinary Barbadians still have to live in 2022 with a pit toilet, no street light, that is what the Deputy Prime Minister accompanied me with the Prime Minister as well in order to try to bring an end to. And Mr. Speaker, sir, we then want to talk the language of planning gains. So if you're coming to invest in this country and you want to make a $4 million investment in a hotel for argument's sake, then the question is, are you prepared as part of the general advancement and well-being of the country in which you're prepared to invest to ensure that there's stability, economic and social stability in the country that you want to invest in, to dedicate a few $100,000 towards the installation of street lights, dedicate a few $100,000 towards the acquisition of land or whatever that might help to ameliorate these difficult social and economic conditions. Social upliftment and improvement in order to avoid social upheaval. Because I prefer social upliftment than social upheaval. And that is what the conversation is about, Mr. Speaker. But that is where we have come to in this economic recovery plan. I want to say, Mr. Speaker, sir, again, that the member for St. George South is pioneering an effort, sir, to make sure that those people who have low income and irregular income can, in a formal setting, not arbitrarily as was done by the last government, if I like you, you could get a right to own, but if I don't like you, you can't get none. But to make sure that we have structured approaches, sir, to make sure that there's a rent to own program in Barbados that will see people being able to rent for 30 years and then become owners of the land in which they're renting. Mr. Speaker, sir, we're talking now about the growth. There must be investment in services, training, and in education. And what does that mean? Investment in services, training, and in continuing education for adult population so that they are in a position, sir, to reinvest in this country and use their skills productively in this country. It means, Mr. Speaker, sir, that there are people in your constituency who must benefit and who will benefit from this program that you would have noticed on Saturday that the member for St. James South, my honourable friend, and I, and the member for the city was there as well, at the Central Bank, where we launched financial literacy in the community project. So that we're coming into the communities one by one, to talk, not at your constituent's door, Mr. Speaker, to find out the circumstances at that household and how we can help you identify for us the targets. Is it that you want a mortgage? Is it that you're looking to buy a car? Is it that you're looking to send your children overseas, whatever, to study? The point is, how do you reach that? These are things that cost a lot of money, and for most sensible people, require planning. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, sir, we have a duty to interface with the communities and help them to understand how they achieve these goals that they want to achieve. As I speak to you, sir, there are people in my ministry who are working in preparation of tomorrow evening's interface. I believe it will be in St. James, on the question of energy investment awareness in this country. We have been to St. Peter, we have been into St. Lucie, we're going into St. James Wednesday, we're going to all the parishes of this country as the first lap, and then we're going into the districts of the parishes, so that everybody in Barbados gets an understanding of how the new energy investment environment works. I am determined that no man must be left behind in this process. And those who have compiled the program documents, sir, have reflected that determination at government level. Mr. Speaker, sir, the financial literacy program is a way in which we continue skills training and education so that we build out in Barbados. Yes, the Prime Minister made the critical point of intergenerational wealth. You've heard me say it, sir. Too many people of our race have started businesses that fail within a few years. Too few are able to say, like the honourable member for St. Michael West, that his business is a business that has been around for 100 years. Too few. There are too few that look like him, sir, that are able to say that. If you went into the Asian community in Barbados, if you went into the European community in Barbados, you would be able to hear that. But you're not hearing that among black people in this country, sir. The business failed within 10 years. We want to see continuity of business. We want to see intergenerational wealth. We want, Mr. Speaker, sir, to have an investment culture in which, sir, there is a clear understanding of some of the fundamentals.
Your Honourable has 2 more minutes.
Is it only 2 minutes, sir?
Only,
That is a tragedy.
you have done well, sir.
I will do my best, Mr. Speaker, sir. But I'm sure that you will agree with me that there's a need for our people to understand and be helped to appreciate the difference between credit, financing their business through credit, who go and get a loan, and financing their business through equity. If I can get the honourable member to my right, who is deep-pocketed, to put some money into my business, sir, and in exchange I give him a 25% stake, I ain't owe the bank nothing. I'm getting, sir, the benefit of his tremendous financial expertise. I'm getting the benefit, Mr. Speaker, sir, of his tremendous wealth. I am getting, Mr. Speaker, sir, the benefit, sir, of his management experience. And I am still an owner of my business. This is the thinking that we need to have. And by extension, Mr. Speaker, sir, we've got to help our people with fundamentals like costing and pricing and so on. So that is the broad picture. But I want to add to that mix, sir, the need for us to have, again, active citizenry. We must have Barbadians, sir, who are comfortable with concepts of public accounting, comfortable with concepts of public financing. That way, our people hold our feet to the fire. The nonsense you will hear coming out of places like George Street will be of no significance to them because they are able to think for themselves. That is the active citizenry that we want. I stand before you as a minister who is asking for a Barbados in which Barbadians can easily understand and grapple with economic and financial concepts. And that is why the financial literacy program is so important, sir, so that we can allow our people to disabuse their minds of some of the nonsense that is thrust upon them from time to time. And I would like to go on, Mr. Speaker, sir, but time will not allow me to get into fundamentals like the collateral registry.
Time will not allow you.
Where, Mr. Speaker, sir, and I close on saying this, that if we have a collateral registry environment, we unleash the opportunities, sir, to let our small businesses access loans. That is what growth is about, allowing people to get access to capital so that they can invest it. But if I have to go to a bank or credit union with land title deeds in my hand, but I own no land, but Mr. Speaker, sir, I have a balance sheet for my business that is rich, that shows I have about 3,000 or 4,000 clients that are paying me $500,000 when the year comes. I don't own the land that my business is on. I'm renting it. But why should that be the impediment for me to get a loan to further develop my business? And that is the kind of thinking, not revolutionary, because it happened in other parts of the world, but this is the time now for Barbados to catch up, and this is what the Economic Recovery and Transition Plan does. It allows Barbados, sir, to become on a footing that is equal to others that we are competing with, allows us, Mr. Speaker, sir, to be on a footing that allows us to catch up with the others we are competing with, and Mr. Speaker, sir, I know inherently that in this country we have the quality of people, we have the drive and determination of our people that will allow us to stand shoulder to shoulder with anybody else in the world and be the best in class. I am obliged to you, sir.
Honourable Member for St. James South.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. And it's my pleasure to rise with my colleagues to speak this evening to share on the BERT 2022 to 27 plan and to speak to us today on why all Barbadians must understand, support, and drive with unrelenting focus towards the goal of the economic growth, economic enfranchisement of all Barbadians. Sir, we would have heard today when the session first started about what was facing this country when we came to office in 2018. And frequently, sir, people can forget what the circumstances were when they're seeking to deal with the daily irritants that they might have right now, but forgetting where we were at March and May 2018. We were faced at that time, we were reminded this morning that we were faced at that time with a collapse of our foreign reserves, that we had just about 4 weeks of reserves left, 420 million. And I'm instructed, Mr. Speaker, that to be safe, a country must aim to have at least 12 weeks of foreign reserves in order to be able to finance all the things that the citizens would like to have within a specific time period. And sir, when we were faced with that reality, a new government, a Barbados Labour Party government, came in well prepared with a plan to rescue, with a plan to grow, and we worked assiduously to convert and change that condition of 4 weeks of foreign reserves, and we have now brought it to 38 weeks, $3 billion worth of foreign reserves in 2022. It is a remarkable turnaround where we've actually created 3 times the level of reserves required for safety. So it means we have a cushion that can help us finance what we want to do going forward for Barbados. The second thing we faced was the debt service problem, which we had to deal with at the same time. At March 2018, Barbados was paying closer to 68 cents out of every dollar being able to service their debt. And what it meant was that there was insufficient funds left behind in order to take care of the daily things that a government must take care of, to be able to pay salaries, to be able to buy goods and services, to be able to do the roads, to be able to do the buses, etc. We only had 32 cents, and that is why so much of Barbados fell apart, and that is why all of Barbados needs renewal all at the same time. So we saw the deterioration of our roads, our healthcare facilities, the buses, the sanitation, the sewage in the street. The schools needed the upgrades, welfare, the condition of our government buildings. And what we were able to do, sir, within a short period of time of coming to office, a 180-degree turn we were able to create where we restructured our debt and found ourselves paying then only 22 cents in the dollar for debt, thus leaving us with a lot of fiscal space, 70 cents that we could address the needs of Barbadians. And that is why, though we were facing terrible conditions at that time, because of good management, good governance, Barbadians could see that despite our difficulties, that we had the new buses, we had the roads happening, we had the education going, healthcare, especially the accident emergency was being addressed, and a lot of things that we had not seen done in a long time were occurring. The third thing was our credit rating. Because of the bad management, our credit rating was in the toilet. It was in the sewage. We had had 23 downgrades, and what that meant was that Barbados could not borrow money in order to make the investments to help us to recover from where we were. But again, a Barbados Labour Party administration coming into office in 2018 with a plan and with competence, we were able to turn this around so that today Barbados has gone up 6 notches under Moody and 2 notches under Standard & Poor's. And what we're going to have this year is a reaffirmed stable outlook rating from the agencies that says they have confidence in who Barbados is and how Barbados is performing. And sir, this is a tremendous achievement. The fourth thing we faced was the lack of economic growth. Because of the bad management in the past, we had 10 years of no economic growth, long after the rest of the world had picked up itself from the mortgage crisis and had gone on to start growing in 2010 and 2011. Barbados was still sinking. And so our enterprises were stagnant, spending was stagnant, jobs were stagnant, exports were stagnant, housing and consumption. And as a result, we could not get the economic energy to rise to be able to take Barbados forward. This country was in a state when we came to office in 2018. And the turnaround, which we have been able to do because of the solid work done by this team of the Barbados Labour Party, led by the Honourable Member for St. Michael Northeast, and by the work of all of my colleagues here in this chamber. It was the unrelenting work of the Cabinet, the public service, and work by the enterprises, the private sector, that helped us to do what we needed to do in order to help stem the tide of our decline. And sir, so brilliant was that work that it commanded the attention of all the big international agencies. Whether you're talking about the World Bank, whether you're talking about IMF, whether you're talking about the IDB, that was exhibited in the confidence with which they turned to work with us and help to lend us the monies that we needed to be able to invest in all the things that were necessary to bring Barbados forward. Sir, as I look at what we have done as I look at what has been achieved, one of the things that I hear people saying is that indeed and in truth and in fact, that we've come to office for such a time as this. But one of the things that makes me shudder is to think what would have happened had we not come to office and wrestled to the ground these 4 things that could have destroyed this country and make us not viable as a nation. When I think about what was to come around the corner after we had done the restructuring, after we'd done the hard work of taking care of the things that were about to sink us, no one anticipated that by the end of 2019, beginning of 2020, we would have been faced with another 4 challenges that were major, and each one of them could have sunk the country at any time. Just think about it for a minute, Mr. Speaker. Had we not done what we did in terms of saving the economy and saving the dollar, could you imagine us facing COVID-19 with a devalued dollar, facing ELSA with a devalued dollar, ashfall with a devalued dollar, fuel price spikes with a devalued dollar? Mr. Speaker, Barbados would have become a hellhole. Barbados would have found itself in a position where unemployment would have been deeper than the impact that COVID had given us had we not done the work that we did when we came to office in 2018. Can you imagine what would have happened when people with reduced spending power, where your dollar may have now, when it was worth $2 to the US dollar, suppose it had dropped to where it is $3 to a US dollar. Sir, many households would not have been able to manage that. Here are some of the things that would have happened, sir. Mortgages, the mortgage payments and commitments, many people would not have been able to meet. Pensions would not have been able to stretch because the cost of food, the cost of electricity would have been beyond the reach of our seniors, and hardship would have been greater. Higher unemployment. Government job programs would have been impossible for us to put in place to be able to give those 4,000 people the opportunity to do some work every week to at least keep some food on the table. Had we had a devalued dollar meeting the pandemic, the storm, the ash, Barbados would have crashed. And it's only God's mercy, indeed, that we were able to survive. We would have had more small business closures. We would not have been able to do the 4,000 business startups through the trust loans program. The hotels and the tourism operators would not have been able to recover. There would not be any goods in the shop. And sir, from house to house, in your constituency, in my constituency, in constituencies around this island, there would have been empty plates, empty wallets, empty bellies. So sir, what we have to do is to recognize that these things don't happen by accident. If you don't have competent economic leadership, if you don't have courage to step out and do new things, you would not be able to face these challenges and pull the country out of where it is. And let us be clear, no other government in the history of Barbados has ever faced all these challenges. And let us also be clear that while many other countries have been facing some of the similar circumstances, that Barbados has performed better than most in managing and responding to the challenges and being able to turn the country around. And this is what has excited the admiration of people all across the world, all across the globe. But the job is not finished. There is still more that has to be done. And this is why every Barbadian must understand, support, and focus to be able to push the BERT program, to be a part of what is happening, because we are renewing, transforming, revamping, re-engineering Barbados, and we want every single Barbadian to be on board, to participate, and to benefit and prosper from the renewal that we are bringing to this country. Everybody has to be on board. This particular plan speaks particularly about the growth mode. How are we going to take Barbados and create the economic growth that will help us not only to put food on tables, shelter over heads, but also bring prosperity to people so that they can live a comfortable and secure life. And this is going to require a Herculean effort, because what we have to do is to preserve what we've been able to do under the first BERT program. Not only preserve that, we now have to claim and move to new ground. And that is what BERT 2022 is about. How are we going to claim more ground while holding what we were able to preserve before? And there are two basic aims to the growth mode strategy under the BERT program. One, sir, is economic diversification of the economy. This is critical. And the second is to strengthen the competitiveness of our enterprises. So there's a whole recalibration of the Barbadian economy. And we believe that if we put our hands to this plow and really work with it, that we are going to see the strong economic growth that we need, that we are going to be able to create economic empowerment and inclusion, that more Barbadians are able to participate in the wealth of their country. And as a result of all of that, that we will have the social stability, because people are comfortable, people have their needs met, people can dream again, young people can get back to living with their hopes and dreams and know that they're possible in a Barbados and that they don't have to go outside to search for that future. And sir, critical to the economic diversification and the strengthening of our competitiveness is our private sector investment. That we must be able to stimulate in this economy the opportunities, the support, and the inclusion for people to be able to get involved in investing in this nation so that we can create the growth. Now, the private sector investment can come from two sources. You can have the foreign direct investment, but you can also have domestic investment. And earlier, the Honourable Member for St. Michael South Central talked about the $14 billion that now sits in banks being eaten away by commitment fees and fees for this and fees for that. And those dollars are not doing the owners any good, and they're not doing the country any good. $14 billion that we need to create opportunities to get it invested so that it can produce. Now, sir, one of the things that has been a challenge to me as I listen to people responding to this, the greatest economic challenge that this country has ever faced, I am appalled and disappointed by some of the things that I've been hearing from the voices of people who would want to purport that they are here to help Barbadians, that they're here to bring a new politics. But sir, I am not really hearing or seeing a new politics. I am seeing a new face with old politics. I will tell you why I say that. You hear people talking about the amount of debt that Barbados is building up and how alarmed and concerned every Barbadian should be when they hear that the government is borrowing 100 million here and 50 there and 200 million there, and that Barbadians should rise up in alarm. When in truth and in fact, when we came to office, our debt was at 18 billion. We're now down to 13 billion. That is actually lower than when we first came to office. But the talk to frighten Barbadians, to make them feel that we're dropping back in a hole which they put us in, is old politics because it's not based on truth. Had there been new politics, you would be asking the question, where are the economic plans that will help us repay these loans when we borrow them? And they would have been answered. And right here in that Burt plan, you see the answer as to how we're going to generate the economic growth that is going to allow us to pay off the debt they created and any new debt that we went into. And I asked myself the question, do you really think about people when you get up and talk these things? Because had we not been able to borrow that money, Mr. Speaker, there was no way that the Ministry of Energy and Business would have been able to help small businesses, to give them a grant, to help them at the height of the ash fall, when it was so difficult to be able to open because everything was closed down. How would they have gotten that if we had not been able to get money? How would we have been able to help the households that we were able to give the $600 to make sure that they could feed their children and keep the roof over their head? How would we have done that unless we had been able to have access to monies to make it happen? Was it their opinion that Barbadians, rather than borrow when they had the capacity to borrow, that they should let the people starve? That we should let every small business close, never to be open again? That is why I say this is not new politics that we're hearing from the other side. It is rather a new face with old politics, scare tactics. And then the second thing, sir, that you're hearing, when you're looking now for intelligent economic ideas that could take Barbados forward, that could diversify the economy, what do you hear? You hear about universal payment income. You hear about finding millions of dollars that you are going to give out to Barbadians, every Barbadian household, and give everybody a living wage, without talking about where are you going to get the money from, but still quarreling about debt. Does not make sense. It is old politics with a new face. It is important that we don't get trapped in it. And I tell you why. Because of all the things to pick on, a universal payment plan, it is rather to capture the imagination of the average Barbadian that government really ought to be giving you some free money. And they figured that that is something that would just catch people, and that people would come to their side because they're going to be a giveaway if we go with them. Sir, that is still old politics with a new face. And so much so, sir, that even where unwanted, having been rejected twice in the constituency of St. James South, you're still coming back with old politics. You write a letter about the post office, send it here, there, and everywhere, including the media, purporting that this is the biggest issue facing the seniors in St. James South. This is what they worry about every night. This is what causes them to be sleepless. Sir, old politics with a new face. Let me tell him about the seniors in St. James South. Let me tell him. The seniors in St. James South are very private people. So yes, they would talk about the post office not being there. And it is an irritant. It's an inconvenience. I know that. They told me. We sought to address it, to deal with it. But then COVID came in as well. So all of that had to go on pause because it was not the most critical of the issues facing our people. They use it, the post office, for convenience. Like you have a pension check and the gardener come in, you don't want to go to the bank, so you run there quick and change it so you could pay him. It was a convenience. So its removal is an irritant. But here is what seniors are concerned about in St. James South. If he had taken the time to go in the houses and sit down, spend the time and talk with the people, he would know that they're concerned about the cost of medication. They're concerned about the cost of food. They're concerned about they can't get somebody reliable to come and help them fix and repair their houses. They're concerned about crime and security. They are concerned about their children, that they have children who are unemployed and grandchildren that they are concerned might be getting in trouble. That is what they talk to me about when I go in the houses and sit down. Had he taken the time, he would have known that and would have raised a different issue. But he is just a new face with old politics. So, sir, Barbadians need to keep focused on what it is that is needed because it is our future as a country that is now at risk. And that is why I join with my colleagues to say that all of us have to be on board with this program and everybody has to do his or her part to make it happen. And in our ministries, and where I sit in foreign trade and in business, there are two things that are critical for us to achieve in order to make sure that our growth program occurs. One is to broaden the markets in which we are able to sell our goods and services. And two is to deepen participation by as many Barbadians as possible in that particular growth. In terms of broadening the markets, because we recognize if you have 300,000 people and you keep creating more and more businesses, there are not enough consumers to allow the businesses to grow and keep on growing. So export and trade and being able to participate in wider markets is important. This is why the Honourable Member spoke today about the online presence. All of that has to be part of the mix. But you have to create the market space, the trade agreements, etc., and roll the wicket that people can go out and export. So what have we been doing in foreign trade? In terms of creating more space regionally, one of the things we recognized we needed to do was to make available to all of the businesses across the region knowledge of what are the goods and services that are available to you here in the region, so that instead of stepping out into the international arena first, when you can't find it domestically, that you make a stop at the regional level first to see if you can get those goods and services here. And so there is a digital platform that just there in September 23rd, we did a relaunch of it, which invites all producers across the region to put up their goods, make them available so that importers from around the region can see what is available regionally, so that we start to buy from each other and stimulate economic growth and stimulate jobs in these islands so that we can thrive as a Caribbean experience. Then we are working on establishing a proper tariff regime so that the duties, how we place duties on the goods and services, are done in such a way that it gives a boost to regional goods versus international goods. This is, again, to help build regional trade so that we can earn money. One of the things that is a lost opportunity that we're trying to make sure we reclaim, Mr. Speaker, is the fact that regional procurement, what all of these governments buy every year, is about $25 billion. But a lot of that is spent outside of the region. And so the regional procurement portal, which will support the national procurement portal, will allow us as Barbadian enterprises to look to see how we can sell our goods and services to governments so that we can keep the money of the region in the region, generating the growth, generating the jobs, generating the foreign exchange, generating the opportunities for us to create a good life for our citizens. And then we also have another area that we lose a lot of business trade in. And this is why it's going to call for a change in how our businesses operate. We currently buy and import into this region $3.3 billion worth of goods that we already produce. We ain't talking about the ones that we don't produce, that we already produce. And that is why it is important to bring our businesses to a Christian understanding. You cannot just come and take, you have to come and give as well. You have to help nourish your own economic growth in order to create sustained prosperity for yourself. That instead of looking at simply where I'm going to go and get goods from overseas, where I feel I could get a better dollar, where I feel that I'm more comfortable with that brand, we want to have a dialogue with the private sector to help them to understand that they must start looking at regional production and start spending their money where their money will do them the most good. Because if we can build our enterprises, if we can grow our jobs, then people will consume more and they will make more. So you have to spend money that way. And it's the same thing for the consumer. That's what we mean by getting on board. The consumer has to look to buy local and buy regional. They have to recognize that when they spend that money, it is not just for the taste, it is not just that I like this, it is not just that I want this, but can I spend my current money in a way that helps to safeguard my jobs and safeguard opportunities for my children? This is what is going to be important. In foreign trade, we have just started out on the commercial diplomacy network. Why? One of the biggest challenges our enterprises have in being competitive is being able to sell their goods further, wider, make more money, build operations of scale so that they can compete anywhere and they can hold their own domestic market. And so what we are doing is mobilizing the over 200 staff that we have in embassies all across the world to help intensify their capacity to do commercial diplomacy where they can promote the goods and services of Barbados and where they can collaborate with partners to be able to secure for Barbados the opportunities and the resources which we need. And so from Nairobi to Dubai, Brazil to Panama, to China, to US, to Canada, wherever we are located, what we're doing is engaging our team in deeper training and promotion of goods and services, ensuring that they have the information from all of these ministries. And we want to remind my colleague ministers that one of the things we have to do is to provide them with the information they need so that they can go out and promote Barbados. They can promote our goods, promote our services, and they're doing a wonderful job. They also have to go there and identify the diaspora so that we can build the diaspora economy and that we can involve the diaspora in investments in Barbados. This is how we are going to build out the economic growth and diversify the Barbadian economy, because you're going to have more sectors that are being grown and you have more market to put them in. We also need, I said that there were two things we had to do. That we had to broaden the markets, but we also have to deepen participation. And sir, this is where the good people of St. James South will benefit. This is where the people of St. Peter, the people of the city, the people of St. Andrew, St. James Central, St. George North and South, St. Thomas, where they will benefit in relation to our efforts to deepen participation. One of the things, sir, is that you will notice that Barbados is aiming, if you look at the BERT 2022 program, we want to build out opportunities in energy, agriculture, tourism, IT, services, construction, life sciences, biotechnology, education, fintech, fashion, culture, you name it, pharmaceuticals. We are building out across a number of sectors. But for that to happen, the private sector has to be willing to engage. So there's some things that have to change. One, our current enterprises have to change their game plan. The game plan cannot be selling to 300,000 people, charging them more and more every year for the same product, and you are not trying to export and diversify your markets. They need to export. It means they're going to have to invest in some of those UE students who've studied international marketing and international business, who speak foreign languages, and deploy them in their organizations so that they're able to help them gather more consumers in other countries by doing some market penetration out in Latin America, out in the Caribbean, and get ready for Africa, get ready for Kenya, get ready for Ghana. They have to change their method of operation. They have to look at efficiencies. And efficiencies is also about learning to manage their HR better. One of the things that defeats our enterprises is when they experience HR issues and they don't know how to deal with it. They leave that person non-performing in the operation, paying them money, don't want to fire them because they don't know how to do it properly. They don't want to do proper record keeping so that they can hold people accountable for performance, and then bite the bullet and deal with the necessary disciplinary procedures. They don't have the patience for it, and they wait until they get good and angry, do it wrong, and then end up in the chief labor officer's office having to pay people for wrongful dismissal. And so what they do is they leave the people there and add more and more people. When you add more and more people, the consumer got to pay more though. When you don't deal with the inefficiencies in your operations, the consumer got to pay more and more and more and more, and it's unfair to the consumer. So one of the things, they have to start and do better business. They have to be able to employ people who are knowledgeable on the various areas, and they have to be willing to make the changes to become green and to be able to be digital and to ensure that they are able to be part of the growth of this country by doing private sector investment.
Your Honourable has 2 more minutes.
Thank you so much. So how are we going to assist with the deeper participation? The first thing is that we are working on how we're going to get more money and more credit available for financing for businesses so that people who have that interest can do so. And so this is why the trust fund was established. We have fund access. We've recapitalized all of them. You have enterprise growth fund. And you heard the Honourable Member talk about the collateral registry that will allow them to have the credit which they need in order to be able to borrow so that they can invest and start that business idea. Then the second thing they need, beside access to finance, they need to have capacity building, and for that they need support. So one of the things our ministry is working on is the Small Business Development Center, where we're going to streamline all the services that support small business development to make sure that they're not overlapping, to make sure that there are no gaps, but to make sure they work efficiently and quickly to be responsive to the needs of small businesses so they can grow. This is why we're investing in the electronic single window that UNCTAD is building for us, where 28 units of government are going to be working through that single window, which makes it easier for everyone that has to do business in Barbados with the government, that they will have an easy way to do business. And we have to thank MIST for the tremendous work that would have started with the Honourable Member for St. Philip West and is continued now by the Honourable Member for St. Michael North. Then the other support we're putting in place would be the national standards. Because in order to export, you have to meet quality standards. So we're bringing a revolutionary policy position where we're going to be doing initiatives with every enterprise to help people meet the standards that they can export. And then one of the most important to my heart is the cooperatives. When you are an elephant, you can move alone. But if you're an ant, you got to move in groups. Wealth is a team sport. Increasing income is a team sport. And the use of cooperatives will be the mechanism that we need to use to help us build capacity to overcome the limitations of our size, to overcome the limitation, and use technology to overcome the limitations of distance. That is what we have to do. And so by next year, we will be coming out with a big program of advancing and accelerating the formation of cooperatives. And we are going to include this in our financial literacy training. We are not going to build an investment culture if we don't teach people about money. We are not going to build out a strong economy if we cannot help the average citizen understand how money works and how an economy works. When you have a worker who goes to work every day who does not understand how a business works or how an economy works, they can work in ways that destroys both. Meanwhile, they're taking home money every week. So through financial literacy training, we're going to help them learn how to manage their own money, but how to cooperate and perform the tasks that they need to perform to help the economy produce more money that they can get more. We are going to help them build family plans so that they can break intergenerational poverty. Because you cannot get up from poverty by yourself. You have to work as a team in a family to break poverty. And that is why we launched the Community Engagement Financial Literacy Program. That is why we're going into every nook and cranny of this country. And I want to thank the public servants who've been working with us to take this program out. I want to thank the ones that have been working with us on smart energy. They've been giving up their evenings, giving up their weekends, and walking with us around the country, making sure that we are able to start to deliver what is necessary for our people to break the back of poverty. And sir, Mr. Speaker, we'll be coming to a place near you very soon. And we will put it out as we build it out. We will...
Honourable Member, I know
yes.
that there used to be one good member from St. Michael East who had to implore and exhort all the time rather than landing his helicopter.
So okay.
Apparently your 2 minutes, you seem now to be getting to that same modus operandi.
No, I won't. 30 seconds and I'm gone. Last thing. In terms of the financial literacy, and this is the last thing I will say on it, we want to build an investment culture. And to do that, I have asked that all the investment opportunities that are going to be available in Barbados in the next year or two, that those are made available. And one of the things we're going to start is having sessions where you explain to people how they can get into those investments and how they can position themselves. And so, sir, with that, I close. I just want to say that every shoulder has to be to this wheel. Every hand has to be on this plow. All hands have to be on deck. And I'm looking forward to engaging Barbadians in building out wealth and opportunity for every single Barbadian, that every Barbadian can look forward to living a good life in this country. And I'm pleased to have the opportunity to so serve.
Honourable Member for St. Michael South.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, sir. And thanks to all who spoke before me and the contribution that they made in what I think is a very important debate. Sir, like all the other members who spoke, I support this resolution. And of course, I do so cognizant that social ministers or ministers responsible for social oftentimes find themselves at odds with the economic circumstances of the day. It's been so forever, sir. It's so in the international organizations. The social side and the economic side often have a tension. It is rare that you would find a situation, sir, where you can so easily, as a person involved in social development, so easily find the place that you would wish to locate your support in something like this. And I support the resolution, sir, because I believe simply that the proof of the pie is in the eating. And this is Bert 2. And it is easy to give your confidence to Part 2 when Part 1 has performed so well. And, you know, all of this, sir, is about a relationship of trust. Everything we do, sir, is about trust. I stand here because the people of St. Michael South trust me to be able to deliver on their behalf. They believed what I said when I canvassed and campaigned. They believe what we said in 2018, sir. You sit there because the people of St. Michael Central trust you. They trusted you in 2018, they trusted you in 2013, and they should have trusted you. They trusted you in 2022, 2018, and they should have trusted you in 2013. And, sir, it is that relationship of trust, sir, that we have that we must maintain, sir. And I speak of trust, sir, in an economic context because that is what it is about. The fact is that for those who went before us, Errol Barrow, Grantley Adams, sir, allow me just to call a few names of the prime ministers, all the distinguished leaders of this country, I would say, sir, all of them were able to do things, sir, because of trust. Many people, sir, in your constituency, in mine, in my life, who would never be named, sir, you would never see them on the back of a book. They will never get a national honor, sir. Many people in the lives of ordinary people who have changed their circumstances were able to do that, sir, after building up a relationship of trust. And once that trust has been given to you, sir, it is incumbent upon all of us to make sure we do everything in our power, sir, to earn that trust and to keep that trust, sir. I spoke in 2016, I gave a lecture, and in that lecture I spoke about how Caribbean people seem to think or often say that Barbadians are a docile people. We don't rebel, we don't fight up. But the reason for that is because there is a relationship of trust between the government and the people, for the most part. And I believe that Barbadians, sir, will do what they have to do in a decent, dignified manner to allow a country to progress. That's how we've always been, sir. And you know, Barbadians would die for a cause, but you cannot kill them for your sport. And we had 10 years, sir, of trying to kill Barbadians for their sport in the former administration, sir. And this is a time, sir, when many tough decisions have to be made. But we said we were going to do a lot of things, sir, and for the most part, we did all of them, or many of them. We did not anticipate COVID, sir. When I I had responsibility for the Ministry of Maritime Affairs, sir. The PM spoke this morning about the logistics hub. We started thinking about how do we refashion the Bridgetown port to be able to do that which we now need to do to be that hub, to offer something new to businesses and to people and to do business faster and trade faster. And all these things, sir, are important because if you can't do these things, people can't eat. We were reminded time and time again, sir, by the former administration, sir, about the difference between the economic side and the social side. The country is more than an economy, it is a society, is what they would say. And while that is acceptable, sir, it is obvious that without any kind of economic growth, sir, that which we love to do and are able to do in our social side, sir, becomes very difficult. We saw it in the last 10 years, sir. The economic management of this country is so important. Any real definition of social development, sir, combines economic growth with your social policy. You don't separate it because it sounds good. We have a former government, sir, that likes to talk about things because they sound good. And I will talk about that, sir, in a little bit or so. But we've had to find new relationships. That is why, sir, we've been looking at Africa, sir, to be able to do things that we weren't able to do. I feel as Minister of Social Development, People's Empowerment, sir, that I now must have relationships with South America and Latin America. They have led the world in a lot of these social programs that they've done. That relationship, to me, is going to be one of the more important relationships of our time if we are to reshape the social landscape, sir. And this is all about trust. And if we are able, sir, to build on this, sir, and to continue to do this thing, sir, and we trust the people and the people trust us, we must not violate it. Essentially, sir, we will not be able to reduce poverty in this country unless we maintain that relationship of trust. And people like to think, sir, that there must always be a friction. You must always be fighting. I had a man come and swipe at me. I thought he was shadowboxing, swipe at me the other day from the private sector for things that I never even said. I said, this man gonna be shadowboxing. Things I never said, sir. Because I don't want to have the friction unnecessarily. I know that we need the private sector to be able to do some of the things we do. We need that kind of growth, sir. They feel that I must be at war with the union, sir. When we were working in the port and were able to build out, the leader of the union, sir, is not a member in this house, but we were able to work together to do very difficult, challenging things, and the port benefited from it. Sir, it is that relationship of trust that I feel is going to be very, very important. But reducing poverty, sir, has to be our most serious agenda. And that growth, sir, any kind of growth, must be the conduit by which we are able to do that and allow people to become empowered, sir. I know, because I've been hungry, sir, that when you are hungry, it doesn't matter if you are a Labour Party supporter, a Democratic Labour Party supporter, any kind of supporter at all, sir, hunger is impersonal. When you start to feel hungry, sir, when you cannot feed your children, or if you're carrying a child, sir, and you're not able to eat on time, sir, or eat regularly, all these things, sir, come back to compound social situations. I know that any kind of economic growth must redound to the benefit of this country, sir, and why I support this program. The Prime Minister, when she spoke, not today, but when we were introducing the first program, spoke of giving people breakfast before the journey started. And people said these things that the PM promised were impossible. You cannot give a pay raise. People forgot. You can't raise public servants' pay. Impossible. But it was done. It's going to be impossible for you to put in place systems to support people through the hard times. Those things were done. You cannot do anything for the old people, their pensions, sir. Those things, too, were also done, sir. Trust is important. The legacy of Barbados, sir, is built on our relationship to be able to engage in something that is built on trust. And, sir, we will make mistakes. And that is the way these things go. Nobody is perfect. We will make mistakes. And when we do make the mistakes, we have to, sir, stand up, say that we apologize for the mistakes, explain a new course of action, chart a new path, but maintain that relationship with the people, sir, because the trust that is necessary to take this country forward, sir, is sacrosanct. We must not violate it for anyone at any time, sir. Trust. Whenever an error occurs, sir, go back to the people. Say we made a mistake. Ask the people to forgive you and move, sir, along the line, sir, because in order for us to get past some of the most difficult decisions of our time, it is going to require that we maintain that trust. Because any trust that we have to spend on the economic side is earned on the social side. Don't fool yourself. Any trust at all that you spend on the economic side, you earn on the social side. If people feel that they've been violated, sir, it doesn't matter how well Barbados is performing. It doesn't matter that we've moved from being the third most indebted country in the world. The Prime Minister understands this. This government understands it, sir. That unless people feel that they are part of this growth agenda, they don't feel that we're doing anything. That is why we've been spending so much time with the rubbing shoulders, the Paris Speaks, the season of reason that the Honourable Member for the City and myself and the Member for St. John find ourselves involved in talking to people and building back trust, sir. And a whole set of economic indicators that we hope to be able to explain in simple terms so that people get it. And so that people get it. So that when I come and I say I support this program, I do so based on the evidence of the past, of course, but also what is built into this new program going forward, sir. But it is important for me to say, sir, but it cannot be only about growth for me. It has to be about inclusive growth. It has to be about inclusive growth for the people of the Bayland and Britons Hill, Charleston and Paddock, sir, and all the other areas, sir. It has to be about inclusive growth for the people of St. Michael's Central. They have to know that when we talk about this growth, that they are included in the growth. So I went to a meeting in Ecuador the other day, and they sent us the declaration to sign. And the only thing I had to do, I had a few comments, but the one I said most seriously, don't tell me just about growth. Tell me about people-centered growth. Because if you have growth that is distorted, where many benefit, sir, but the majority don't, then I'm not interested in that growth. If it doesn't redound to people being able to eat food in Barbados, sir, I am not interested in that growth. And I know that this program that is before this house, sir, would allow us to be able to make sure that people are able to eat the food. Sustainable economic growth. Sustainable, inclusive economic growth, sir. And I keep making the point, sir, that it has to be inclusive. And you know, sir, we look forward, sir, to seeing on the trajectory that we are on unemployment fall. As a minister responsible for social, I know that a lot of what we are facing now, the Honourable Member for St. Thomas knows it well. She's dealt with it for the last few years, sir, especially during COVID. I know that what we are facing, sir, a lot of the social challenges would end if we were able to get people through in a way that is responsible. Get them jobs, those kind of things. Get them skills. We say in the ministry that we want to identify the challenges, sir, stabilize the people, enable them, and empower them. We call it IC. Identify, stabilize, enable, empower. And once we are able to do that, sir, this level of growth, sir, means something to them, but this is really about inclusive growth, sir. And we ran a program, as you know, where we were giving $600 to the most vulnerable. I'll talk about that in a bit more detail, sir, in a second or two. We were giving $600 to the most vulnerable, sir, and that has made such a difference in the lives of people, sir. There are people I know who come to me and tell me thanks for being able to get that $600, sir, to be able to eat food, sir, feed their families, sir. This government asked the utility companies to hold strain at a time when people were under the most stress and could not pay their bills, sir. This government did that for people. We continue now to do a lot of work, sir, to empower people. And you will see, sir, in the next few months, hopefully by the end of the year, you would have the children's policy, sir, the child protection legislation will be in this parliament, I promise you, before the end of the year. That legislation is in draft, sir, pretty much finished. We're just fine-tuning. And we tweaked it in conjunction with the Child Justice Bill, which will also be in this parliament before the end of the year. The disability policy legislation, sir, also done, sir. Will also be in this parliament, I'm hoping, by the end of the financial year. And the same thing for the elderly. We've done the consultation, the policy is being drafted, sir, and the drafting the instructions for the legislation. So we are making movements, sir, in all of the areas. And a lot of the things that we are able to do or want to do, sir, will require money. But if you were spending $1 billion more a year servicing debt, how could you do these things? And that people have to understand that you have to tie our economic progress with our social circumstances. If you're spending $1 billion on debt, how are you going to be able to do some of these things that we want to do, sir? People feel that this is a conversation for intellectuals only. I believe, sir, having said that the brightest people I ever meet in my life are on blocks, walking the street, driving taxis, cutting hair. When you have conversations with the ordinary Barbadian, you learn a lot, sir. When I look in the chair, I often feel, sir, I'm going to tell you this right time. I look at you and they say, I'm talking to the wrong person because I know you fully understand that. But like everybody else, through you to the people. Sir. But I want to understand, sir, what it is that is challenging me. Let's also tell you, sir, I hope some of this money, this is for my honorable friend, Mr. Michael Sophie's, who knows now she's been doing a very good job on the roads. I really, got one or two that I need a little thing with that $1 billion savings. Anyway, but sir, Mr. Speaker, sir, if you listen to the calling program, you read the newspaper, there is now somebody in the opposition gallivanting, sir, running around talking. I listened, sir, we had a young man who was almost in the Senate, sir, who by no fault of his own did not make it to the Senate, but who will make a wonderful contribution to Barbados when his time comes. And a grown man can call and tell the young man he never make it into the Senate, he ain't even a politician. Leave the matter for politician. I don't know how you determine a politician because as far as I'm concerned, that person ain't a politician yet either, if you're defining it by when you get in the Senate or in the House. But abusing somebody because they didn't get in the Senate, sir, when all the young people in this country are asking for a chance. I saw that same person, sir, in a video circulating on social media, speaking to a room full of older people, yelling at the top of his voice, if you don't do this, it's my way or the doorway, my way or the highway, yelling at older people, sir. I was tempted to send the honourable member for the city with a representative from the National Assistance Board with what elderly abuse is and give it to him so he could see, sir, he was treading very dangerously to abusing elder people. Yelling at the top of his voice to older people. My way, sir, or the highway. Don't like young people trying to embarrass the young man who will be a minister, a senator. You can't stop it, sir. He has a contribution to make. Yelling at young people, sir. Now when the chief education officer, a professional, decides to speak in this country, she ain't to speak either. So he don't want women to speak, old people to speak, young people to speak. Who he want to speak besides himself, sir? And if I were to say to him, only speak about the matters on which you are informed, he would have to be quiet because he's very limited informed, sir, on most matters. But I watch him, sir. Every time he speaks, he doesn't want this body speaking, this body speaking. Let the person responsible speak. Who's responsible for education now on that side? But he's the only boy that's speaking, sir. And you know, sir, I said there's a philosopher, a French philosopher, Montaigne, he says, nothing is so strongly believed as the things we least know. And he is the living incarceration embodiment of that. Talking. Doesn't begin to understand the things on which he's speaking about, sir. Attacking people daily. Because that is now what we consider opposition. The member for St. James said, old politics, new face. I don't know the face is so new. That face tried to run in St. James as a Labour Party person and lost. Run to, yeah, exactly. Come back then and couldn't get a seat. Run to the other side, sir. That same person was interested, sir, in running in St. George. Wherever the wind blows, he said, St. George South, North. St. George North, ask him, any way the wind blows, no roots. And attacking people every day, sir. Using the Call It program now to embarrass young people. And nobody called him out for it in his own team, sir. It is the same behavior. That they feel they could call out, embarrass people, sir, anytime that they like, sir. Practicing that same old politics, sir. So if you want to talk, sir, let us talk. But if you're going to pick on people, pick on somebody your own size. You like to call in on the calling program, call when one of the senior ministers on. Don't run trying to badger the youngster who was supposed to be in the Senate. But sir, if you want to talk, let's talk about something you want to talk about then. This person, sir, has been talking all over the place about this universal basic income. This is now the panacea for all ills as it relates to poverty in his mind, sir. Not the fact that when we came to office, there was debt, sir, that was almost insurmountable. Not that the fiscal constraints on the country were so severe that we could hardly do anything, that they were using borrowing, sir, to finance current expenditure. You don't have to be an economist to know that is madness. Not to talk about the foreign reserves and the fact that there was no growth. But his only response, sir, is we're going to have universal basic income. That's it. Let's talk about that then. A universal basic income, sir, for the country, sir, is basically what it says. Universal meaning everybody, and a basic income meaning that everybody gets a basic income in the country. That's what it basically means. You might have other versions of it, and I have asked before, if you want to talk about it, tell us what you mean. But in its pure sense, that's what it is. So if you take only the working population in Barbados, sir, and you determine that you want to give the working population a basic income, that is what we have to work with. So, sir, I was sitting down here, sir, and, you know, as I sat here, I was just doing a little bit of math, because this is not economics now, this is basic math. And the person who is espousing this flawed philosophy needs to do the basic math. You don't need a scientific calculator, you could do this on an abacus. This is basic math, sir. A universal basic income, sir, is what it says. And I had many quotes, sir. You could go now, you could check the World Bank, the IMF website, you could check a lot of the academic institutions, that's what it is. Normally, sir, it is cash income going to everybody, regardless of whether that person is working or not. So it means that you, sir, will get the basic income. I will get it, sir. The person who's talking about it would get it. Whether you're rich or you're poor, this country will be giving everybody a whole set of cash, because it's in cash. So you could, even as I talk about it, so you could begin to see how challenging that is for a small island developing state. But here are some of the facts, sir. If we say that the working population in Barbados now is about 104,000 people, sir, that's the World Bank's last calculation, was 104,000 people. 104,000 people receiving a basic income, sir, a month of $1,500. That is $1,500 because it has to be enough to cover your basic expenditure, your rent, your food, your light. $1,500, sir, by 104,000 people using the abacus that somebody needs to give to him. You are talking about spending $156 million in a month. Sir, that is $1.8 billion in a year. Where would Barbados get that money from? So I then turn around and say, don't let me give them a $1,500, sir. Give them $1,000. So $1,000 to 104,000 people, sir, is 104 million in a month. 104 million in a month, 1.2 billion in a year, sir. Where would Barbados get that money from? This boy is just talking. Mr. Speaker, the gentleman, sir, is just speaking. I don't mean to be disparaging. Not in here anyhow. Mr. Speaker, sir, so then I said, you know what? This same man said we're giving $600 to people. That ain't the money. So give $600 to the same 104,000 people, sir. You are talking now, sir, about 748 million in a year. In a year, sir. Where Barbados will get it from? And you cut that in half, you're talking about three. So you're giving 650,000. This is a universal basic income. This is not my plan. This is not the Barbados Labour Party's plan. This is his plan. The one that he's talking about everywhere he goes. So if you give it to 50,000 people at $600 a month, this universal income, because it's not a targeted intervention, it is given everybody. You give 50,000 people, sir, you are talking about $30 million in a month, sir. Explain to me how, in the context of Barbados, this universal basic income is going to work. It is also important to say that right now, sir, there is no real universal basic income policy anywhere. Not in the genuine sense of a basic income. You might have a quasi-universal basic income because it's just too expensive. So I would love to know, the only way you can finance this is if you tax Barbadians to smithereens. You would have to tax Barbadians to smithereens, sir, and I only use the working population that you're giving the money to. But we all know, sir, we have a large retired population. Barbados is an aging society. So that universal basic income too would have to, I can't even calculate that, would have to extend to those, sir. So all that money I just called, sir, would have to go on now to add a lot more money. It is a madness. So either what we are hearing is absolute, stunning naivety for somebody who should know better, or it is deception. Either it is naivety or it is deception. It has to be one or the other, sir. Because I know what is being branded about as a solution to the Barbadian poverty situation cannot be real. And you, sir, you know very well, sir, as well as most people, and that the funny thing is that he accepts it too. It is that our poverty is multidimensional. So how can you have a multidimensional problem and your solution, sir, has one dimension? Give people money. It will not work, sir. And that is why in the ministry, sir, we've taken a much more mature, a much more sophisticated response to addressing the concerns of the people, sir. And we did this, sir, in a very challenging time. A lot of the work that was done by the Honourable Member for St. Thomas was done when the situation in Barbados was at its worst. At its worst, sir. And was able to make sure people were able to live. And when there were no problems like COVID and no storm and none of those things, sir, when the other side was in, they weren't able to do any of these things. So that is how I know, sir, that this is being dangerous, sir. I have, sir, started in the ministry, sir, we are working on restructuring the whole social services because I believe it is better to give people better basic services. So universal, in our manifesto, sir, we spoke about universal citizen services to make sure that every citizen has access to quality services, quality education, quality transportation, quality water. Put your money into those things, sir. It makes a lot more sense. Because what I'm hearing from the other side, sir, makes no sense at all. You know, it might be sense, but it is nonsense. And I'm telling you, Mr. Speaker, sir, when we are able to amalgamate the social services and to put in the communities, sir, all of your constituencies, sir, we come and we put a family services center. When you walk into that center, people, they know if you're coming for child care, national assistance, if you come in for financial support, they know you're going in there, sir. You could be going for counseling. You could also go in there to give donor support, to put down money to help other people in your community. Now, when you walk into a family service organization, they don't know why. Nobody know your business. We have to take away the stigma and to do it in a way, sir, that is sophisticated and makes sense. That is what we're doing, sir, when we amalgamate the social services, sir. I also feel, sir, that if we are serious, we have to do another poverty study. I feel that data has to drive the Ministry of People Empowerment. We know that most of the statistics we are using are from the 2016 census. Some of us are still using, poverty study. Some of us are still using the 2012 poverty study, sir. I asked the other day give me every single person in Barbados who's disabled. I want to know them. We don't have that information. We're waiting on the census. There's one being conducted now. But I want to know that every year. Once we get the census information, update that every year. If you want to treat to people's issues, sir, you have to get serious about the data. And be able to meet people where they are, sir. And the reason, sir, why I feel so passionately about this, the reason why I feel that we have to get serious in the social sector, sir, is because I said the economic side, sir, may be able to spend the trust, but those of us who earn the trust are in the social services and the social sector. When we start making these empty statements, sir, one of the worst things I hate people to tell me, sir, is that you're just a politician, because they don't feel that you're telling the truth, sir. When people get and make these grandiose statements that they know they cannot support, it gives fuel and legitimacy, sir, to that statement that we're just politicians. But it's not us on this side who are saying these stupid things. Well, these less than factual things, sir. It is not us on this side who are trying to trick the people into believing that you can be all things to all people. Flying on the call-in program, you know, if I pick up the phone now, and he mistake it for a call-in program, flying on the call-in program, no matter what the conversation is, sir, with little value to add. If you want to have a discussion, I said to them before, sir, if they want to have a discussion on the social, I will meet them in George Street, sir, if that's where they want to have it, because they want to fool people. They want to use the opportunity that they have, sir. It is a privilege for us to be public, you know. It is a privilege to represent a political party. It is a privilege to be a candidate. It is a privilege to knock on people's door and to ask them for a vote. And that, sir, all we do, sir, is abuse that privilege when we get and we say these kind of things, making it difficult for the next set of people who come after us, sir, compromising the democratic processes, making it difficult for all of us, sir. So I speak to this, sir, with a sense of urgency, because I know how difficult it is, sir. I have a full plan. I won't lay it out now, sir. In relation to how, and the member for the city and I, sir, we went through this thing in detail. Yesterday, for example, we had the presentation, sir, on the amalgamation. We spent the most time on the transformation part, the part where we move people to empowerment. Don't tell me about the things you're going to do to keep people good and give them $1 and give them $1. That's fine. But tell me about how we can work with people to get them off of welfare in the first place. And why it is, sir, I said in Ecuador, sir, that a social development minister, if he's serious about his business, needs to understand what is happening, sir, in the economic side. And he has to understand what is happening, sir, in debt financing and climate financing, sir. Because unless you make the space in those places, you ain't got no money to spend on no social. If you don't argue for your people, sir, when it comes to climate change, sir, the most vulnerable people, sir, are the ones at risk. It is their houses that are going to blow down when the wind is too high. It's those people that I care about. I barely had a little wind, sir, after that hurricane passed 2 years ago. We still, after Elsa passed, sir, I lost roofs. I saw poles on top of houses. I saw women crying, old people coming to me, sir, for consolation. The fact is, sir, unless we get these things right, sir, it is people who will suffer, sir. And I know that you know. And I know that the member for the city knows, and the member for St. Michael Southeast knows. I know all of us know, sir, that unless we put people at the forefront of this agenda, sir, so that is why this program is important. It is not only about growth. I've seen the trajectory, you know. And all of us looked at it, sir, and we are all satisfied. And I am satisfied that the Barbados economy will grow. I have no doubt. I have seen the work that is being done by the finance team, sir. I know the economy will grow. I am satisfied that it will grow. But I will not be satisfied unless that growth is felt in the pockets of poor people, sir, that they can go to the supermarkets and buy food. You know, I mentioned that the prices in the supermarket were high, and I get almost, people try to assassinate me. I say the prices in the supermarket high and people come at me. I have a very good relationship with the supermarkets, you know. I call them and they give me things for people. And sir, particularly if you don't mind, sir, Massey, sir, has been very helpful, giving us support and so on, sir. But I will be a hypocrite if I tell you, sir, that I care more about Massey than I do about the masses. I care way more about the masses than I do about Massey. So let them come. Let them come. But I'm telling you, sir, and I say it, sir, without compromising my values, sir, the truth of the matter is I have a good relationship. And when I've called for support for programs, for people, they have helped me. That's the truth. I suspect, sir, they've helped many of us. During COVID, many of them came forward and gave support to help the poor. But I do not feel that I will ever advance the cause of any one person above any one institution above the cause of people. People over politics is what I believe, sir, to the bone. And sir, I would like to close, sir, by suggesting that this resolution before the House, sir, is important not only because of its economic value, but because of its social value. And that when I look at what is built into this thing to be able to advance people's welfare and to make sure that people can eat the food and that people are good, I am satisfied, sir, that we are doing the right thing, sir. I have no doubt that people are going to come and they're going to say all kinds of things, sir, but it has to do with what the facts say. I'm dealing with facts, sir. And there are people, sir, who are going to run off and speak, sir, for sound bites. Not because they feel the right, just sound bites. I want to be on the news. I want to be in the newspaper. I want to be on the 5:30 news. People who are saying all kinds of things, but the facts are the facts. That for the last 4 years, sir, in the most difficult of circumstances, this government has cared, sir, for people and has looked after the interests of the working class, sir. So I want to thank you, sir, for allowing me to share my thoughts on this very important conversation, sir. I want to thank the people on your behalf in St. Michael Central for allowing you, sir, to guide me in a lot of these matters, because you do know that you and I talk when I want advice on many things, sir, because your social skills are important. I want to thank the people in St. Michael's South, sir, for allowing me to do some of this important work, sir. And I look forward to what we will all do together, sir. But at the end of the day, sir, it is trust, and we must never, ever violate that trust. Thank you, sir.
Honourable St. George North.
Thank you, Mrs. Speaker. I'm grateful to all previous speakers on this resolution, and particularly the last speaker who spoke a lot about trust and inclusive growth and people-centered growth, which is at the heart of BERT 2022. A useful presentation, in my view, just before I intend to do some examining of a number of the macroeconomic policies which are proposed on the BERT 2022, which were also proposed on the BERT 2018. As the Honourable Minister of Finance and Prime Minister outlined this morning, BERT 22 represents pretty much a commitment to continue and complete many of the reforms that were on the agenda of BERT 2018. Reforms that were intended to facilitate public investment and which are intended to support a number of the social programs that will have particular positive impacts for the vulnerable. But I just want to look at the unfinished reform agenda from BERT 2018. Point to a few things. It spoke about establishing public-private partnerships or enfranchisement opportunities, specifically pointing to SOEs like the Transport Board, a transformation into mass transit, the CBC, and so on. It spoke about achieving financial and operating efficiencies without reducing the level of public service, as in the RDC and urban amalgamation. It looked at converting the QEH into a trust, transitioning the national insurance scheme to a statutory board, and so on. And as it relates to agriculture, switching the price support provided
by the BAMC in the sugar industry, or provided for the BAMC. Mr. Speaker, as I look at these reforms, I don't want to suggest that the reforms are not necessary, because as a supporter of the BERT 2022 plan, I believe indeed there is a lot of utility that may be derived. But my contribution is one that is being made from a standpoint that though these reforms, which were regarded as being urgent in 2018, are still urgent and perhaps even more urgent in 2022, that we must not now, as we look to implement a BERT 2022 and see the completion of reforms, misinterpret the need for urgency or expediency by hurrying what was not done and foisting these upon workers. Mr. Speaker, it is my view that whilst COVID is to be blamed for a lot of the delay in seeing these reforms through to completion, that COVID must not be allowed to take the blame for everything that ought to have been done that was not done. It was always my view that there are conversations that were necessary even as the full force of COVID was upon us. Conversations that were necessary then to ensure that in a post-COVID reality, or even if not fully post-COVID, as the burden, the full burden of it is somewhat lessened, that we could move smoothly, transition smoothly into some areas without feeling any lag, or maybe better put, seamlessly. So I examined the macroeconomic policies. I examined the reform agenda that is to be completed. And I just want to challenge my colleagues with responsibility for many of these reforms, the completion of many of these reforms. Don't come by hurrying. If you did not have the necessary discussions before time, take time and have them now. I see at least one colleague acknowledging and nodding in agreement. Mr. Speaker, to whom much is given, much is required. This government received a 30-0 victory, not in one election, but in two. And I don't believe that this was done by people who understood the realities that we were in back in 2018 and who now don't understand these realities. I think that Bajans generally understand the challenges, the uphill battles that this party in government would have been encountering, and indeed a number of the battles that are still being encountered. But sometimes it appears even to me that when we receive criticism, that it is taken by some in a manner as if we don't understand equally that there's a lot of hurt out there, that there's a lot of uncertainty out there, that widening inequality gaps are creating a lot of the tensions that people are throwing back at us. My experience, much of my work life has been working in an area where I understand that if people don't release and sometimes even target unnecessary and unwarranted comments and reactions in your direction, that things can go a lot more helter-skelter. So I want to, even as we recognize that under a BERT 2022, there is an incomplete agenda from BERT 2018, and this agenda now is less about recovery and more about resilience and growth and so on. And while I'm appreciating that my cabinet colleagues, or those colleagues in cabinet who will have to lead these charges may justifiably so be a bit wary at times. I want to urge you who are in the hearing of my voice, I want to urge the cabinet and the government generally to continue its work tirelessly. If you think that the last 4 years were rough, if we are going to achieve growth, if we are going to come out of this program as a more resilient country, then the work is only now beginning. And we need to ensure, therefore, this is a call for introspection, really. We need to ensure that the shared risks that must be taken across different levels in this society, the shared burden that we speak about that everybody must carry, is equally supported by security and opportunity. Security and opportunity that is underpinned by rights. Mr. Speaker, not rights as expressed in the way that the Honourable Member of Parliament for St. Michael Southeast represented the last occasion she had to speak from the floor in this House, but rights that relate to equal opportunity for workers and their families to have and to be. And critical to ensuring these rights is the need to engage people in meaningful and constructive and very careful conversations on the issues and how they relate to them. Our people are not going to connect to GDP and reducing a fiscal balance to this. People relate to when they go in the supermarket, what they can afford. People relate to whether or not they can pay their bills. People relate to not terms loosely put out there like enfranchisement and so on, but how you're going to earn so that you can improve your livelihood. And I want to urge us not to be, this is a very, very, very well put together 60 enough pages of document that can easily, as it is debated and translated out there, even although the intention is not to make it academic, it can easily come across to people. So I want to urge us that engaging in careful and constructive conversations and in taking time to go through things with people is not denying the urgency of the conversations and the implementation that must follow, but it is all part of what we must have to do to bolster our resilience, especially at a time where there's so much loose talk going on all around the place. I was in church on Sunday at St. George Parish Church. And one of the scriptures that was read and incorporated into the message was one from 2 Timothy 2, verse 14 to 19. Honourable members may do well to read it at some point in time. But basically, the takeaway from that, what I chose to take away from it, was the aspect that related to not being caught up in words and arguing loosely. And so when I hear honourable members talking about listening to brass stats and things, if that's your thing, that's your thing. But I don't have time for words and those loose conversations. What it was saying or encouraging instead is to be more concerned with being steadfast, putting your head down and doing the work to which we are called. And that's what I would want to encourage us, even as I took that for myself on Sunday. I would want to encourage the rest of us. I want to assure workers that there is no target out there when they hear the word reform. They must not see it as any headhunt, people coming to cut off your livelihood, cut off your head. Workers must see that even where jobs may not be performed in the same way that they are accustomed being performed, that reforms don't mean that they automatically are cut off from their employment, but that there are opportunities for skills to be used in other areas. There are opportunities for retooling and retraining, which was the hallmark and underpinning of BERT 2018, which was launched under the RERE kind of program. And where there are opportunities also that incentives can be provided to those who want to engage in entrepreneurial pursuit, and also to employers to help encourage employment. A strong society, a sustainable economy is one that is going to be built on improving and increasing levels of employment. So even as we speak the language of reform, my caution is to urge us also to ensure that we communicate effectively as well, that it does not mean that we go in about there looking to cut off people from their livelihoods. I therefore support the plan which carefully outlines training as one of the key pillars on the Pillar 5. Reform must be rooted in the commitment to making the whole of government function. You know, you go around and you hear mention being made of government and it's so loose. Government isn't doing this. Government isn't doing that. Government isn't doing the next. And you ask the question, who is government? Because out there to the average citizen, whenever things that ought to happen are not happening, it's the government. They don't pick and choose whether it's the politician or whether it's the public officer or whoever. It is government not doing the things that it says it will do. So on this note, I must urge, and even as I'm conscious that government is about to commence public sector negotiations, in this regard, the reforms that we want, many of the reforms that we must execute must start with us at one level, and must also require of us that instead of throwing stones at public officers and so on, that we re-equip the public service to what a modern society, organization, what a modern government functioning should look like if we want to achieve many of the objectives that we have outlined here. This is the time that all of us really have to work together. We say, and I wonder when I hear some comments if we truly understand what we're saying about the importance of working together. It doesn't mean that you won't criticize, but it means that criticism must be constructive. I would not want us to feel that we have to be operating in an environment where every time there's a challenge, we see it as opposition. I don't believe that we want yes people around us. I don't believe that the aim is for us as a government to feel that because we are doing so many good things that everybody out there will see it the way we see it and should even want to agree. I come from an environment as well where I understand that sometimes the best decisions and the best implementation comes when there is high levels of contestation. Maybe even strike action, protest action, because what that does is it keeps your feet to the fire. And it allows you to be sure that all of these plans that you have outlined here, all of the things that you intend to make Barbados a better space are actually things that will redound to that. Mr. Speaker, I urge that actions, and this is to the public out there through you, all of the many persons that I know at this time of the evening are listening to our voices, I urge them to engage in constructive discussion. And I urge those who know better in particular not to prey on those who are more vulnerable among us and who stand the most to benefit from the reforms that we have been discussing all today. We are hearing about the opportunities that will be created for digital literacy, financial literacy, purchase of bonds, agriculture, housing. We're hearing about the renewable energy opportunities. But if those who know better spend so much time undermining the intention behind these plans, then the most vulnerable, the poor people, the ones who can benefit more from ownership, who can benefit more from the enfranchisement opportunities, the empowerment opportunities, these are the people that will stand to lose out. Mr. Speaker, I'm satisfied that before us is a tremendous opportunity as a government, as a people, as a country, to function in a space where before us are some well laid out plans, but if implemented, we will have the opportunity to function in a space where there can be improved quality of life for all. As we continue along a course for long-term recovery, growth, and resilience, government must seize this opportunity. And in seizing the opportunity, I just want to urge all of my colleagues that it doesn't end here in the rollout of these plans, but that we must live it and we must commit every day for the next 3 years, 4 years, until whenever the bell is rung, to ensuring that we deliver for workers, that we deliver for their families, that we deliver for our constituents, that we deliver for our children, that we deliver for the future of Barbados. Together, it is my view that as long as we keep our proverbial feet to the fire, we have a tremendous opportunity that is presented in BERT 2022, the continuation of BERT 2018, to build Barbados back better and for all of us to enjoy the sustainable economy and future that we are working so tirelessly on. Mr. Speaker, I'm obliged.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for St. George South.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to say a few words on this resolution that I wholeheartedly support in this Lord Chamber today. And I recognize the contribution made by those members who spoke before me, all of those, including our Prime Minister, who led off this debate. But, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to begin with a scripture verse, and I heard the member for St. George North. She spoke about church on Sunday, and on Sunday, I happened to be at St. Luke's Anglican, and the scripture of Jeremiah 24, Jeremiah 29, verse 4 and 7, was read by one of the altar leaders, and it speaks to what the Lord said to those persons who were carried in exile from Jerusalem to Babylon. And it said, build houses and settle down. Plant gardens and eat what they produce. And it went on, the member for St. Michael South is smiling. And it went on to say to settle down and marry, have wives and have children. But most importantly, it said to those persons, seek the peace and prosperity of the city to which they were carried in exile. And they said, pray to the Lord, because if it is prosperous, there too will prosper. And why start there, Mr. Speaker? We came into this debate looking at a BERT Plan 2022. And this BERT Plan, in my view, takes into account the new realities. And when we look at what is happening in the world today, and when we look at what is happening in this country, where we came from, I recall speaking in this chamber some weeks ago, and I looked at the history, where we came from, what we went through. In 10 years, what we call the lost decade. And the BERT Plan 2018, and now the BERT Plan 2022. But I start with the BERT Plan 2022 because it speaks to the new realities. It speaks to a world that is at war. The Ukraine-Russia war. It speaks to a world with increasing inflation. It speaks to a world with increasing interest rates. It speaks to a world with increasing oil prices. It speaks to a world with increasing high shipping costs. And it speaks to a world where there's scarcity of supplies to us as a third world country, a developing third world country. And Mr. Speaker, this BERT plan speaks to these new realities. And why start there? Because we can look at what happened in 2018 to present. We can reflect on what happened in 2008 to 2018, those 10 years. And we can ask ourselves what this country, or let me rephrase it, what would I do if I were the Prime Minister or the government of the day? That is a serious question. Because I heard the member for St. Michael South and the member for St. George North speaking about the fancy language, the macroeconomic. They said, you know, we can come in here and we can talk about the macroeconomic stability and the fiscal position. And the average man in the street, he or she, they don't understand that language, some of them. I know we are a people who are sharp, who understands several things. But at the end of the day, how all of these measures can impact the average man on the street, that is very important to Barbadians today. How all of these measures can impact the average man on the street. And, you know, Jeremiah 29:47, you know, reference building houses and living in them, planting your food and eating it. That's what we are talking about. That's the bread and butter issue of the day. How do we sustain the average man? How do we contribute to households? How do we address some of the basic fundamentals of welfare, the social services? And I recall, at least, I think it was 2 weeks ago, when the Prime Minister spoke in St. James, the St. James speak, when she said, we have to invest. We don't have much greenfield sites in this country for tourism. And we have to rehabilitate, re-engineer, reactivate some of our brownfield sites so that we can add value and give the outside world and ourselves a new product, new tourism product. Because the person on that night was asking why we have to move our civic center. And that question came about. So if we don't utilize private sector investment, then we will have, if we continue to use public investment to finance tourism activities and growth generally, then we're going to have little or no money to spend on key services such as welfare. And that was fundamental. And this BERT Plan 2022 speaks to a growth strategy that is asking us and asking ourselves and asking the country and asking the business sector to invest in us as a country. Not to invest in our government, but to invest in us as a country. Private investment is what will drive and help grow this economy. And I'm saying so because take us back to BERT 2018. We came in, we did restructuring. We were able to find an investment capital or funds to start the trust loan. And we were able to excite and ignite, start 4,000 businesses within our first 3 to 4 years in office. Even during COVID, businesses had the funds whereby, even though they were not operating, they were able to carry out all the marketing, all the business analysis, create the structures for post-COVID. And what would have happened had we not done that restructuring? And why I'm saying that, back to the bread and butter issues, back to the average man on the street. These funds were able to allow families to put bread on their table, or tables, sorry. These funds were utilized to allow persons to become innovative and seek to propel their export potential with a way that they can grow their businesses, take it beyond these shores. And I know there are a few businesses that the member for St. James Central spoke about, if not to their prayer, that are able now to leave these shores and ply a trade and generate foreign exchange, the much needed foreign exchange. So when we examine the BERT 2022 plan, which follows on from the 2018 BERT plan, the enfranchisement of our people, and the Prime Minister used the phrase, we can't be tenants in our own land. And that speaks to enfranchisement of our people. This is what this growth strategy is about. Growing the domestic economy, allowing businesses, whether small, micro, medium, or large, to engage in wholesome commerce that will allow the local sector to grow, so that when we have challenges in the first world and in the external economies, we're able to withstand the shock. And I'm happy to be part of a government who are able to come up with such a plan to maintain fiscal and debt stability, sustainability. We were able to reduce our debt from 176.3% of GDP down to below 125, and it went as low as 117.4, I think. And then COVID struck us. And persons, the average man out there, some of them, they're asking, why is this government borrowing money? I mean, the member for Christchurch West and I spoke on this matter earlier, and understand, how else can we deal with the new realities? How else can we deal with the high inflation? How else can we deal with the challenges that we are seeing in the external market? The high shipping costs. We have to give ourselves some elbow room. We have to give ourselves some working space. And I'm happy, Mr. Speaker, that this program, the growth strategy articulated here, incentivizing private sector and public investment in climate resilient infrastructure and in green transition, incentivizing private sector and public investment in low and middle income housing, investing in skills training and education towards enhancing the human resource capacity of this population. Mr. Speaker, I didn't plan to take half an hour to speak to you, and I will dive into the housing. The Prime Minister, in her speech this morning, looked at the pillars of the growth strategy. She spoke to energy. She spoke to the green economy. She spoke to climate resilient infrastructure. And she spoke to housing. Mr. Speaker, members of this Lord Chamber, we came from an era where persons in this country, and I know this was mentioned before, spent years and years requesting housing in this country. Persons, I don't know if this was done, but if we do a poll now, do some sort of survey to assess how many persons are renting in this country, it would be interesting to come up with a figure and present it to this Lord Chamber as a document of the House. Perhaps that is known out there, that data is collected somewhere. But I don't have it. But I would bet that if we extrapolate the 22,000 persons who have applied for housing or applied for housing over 15, 20, 25 years, one would bet that the number of persons that are renting in this country and paying over $1,200 a month for rent and $1,500 a month for rent, there is a direct correlation between the two. I would bet you that. And Mr. Speaker, the housing silent revolution that was created by this government and so well articulated by the Prime Minister in her speech. I spoke about it, investing lands at Brighton. I spoke about it, investing lands in other areas. And each time I spoke, I've cited the renewable energy component being utilized on the roofs to give the average man who prior to birth 2018 and prior to birth 2022 had difficulties owning their home and putting bread on their table as well. Because when you're spending so much money in rent, $1,500, the opportunities that will be provided by this program, the Silent Revolution, 10,000 Revolution, utilizing photovoltaics on the roof, will see the mortgage rates reduce below $8,000. And you have many options. The East-West option, the Light Gale Steel House. You have the Hope Inc. option at Lancaster, soon to be at Poole, soon to be at Colleton, soon to be at Vineyard. And then you have the Joe Villa Hardwood House option. And going to Parliament, going to Cabinet, member for St. Michael Southeast, going to Cabinet this Thursday will be the vesting of 40 acres of land at Low Burney into the National Housing Corporation for housing. And Mr. Speaker, these are the things that will allow this economy to grow. These are the things that would allow the average man in the street, that the member for St. Michael South and the member for St. George North spoke about, to understand the importance of what we are doing, this BERT program, the importance of this BERT program, because it gives them the opportunity to own a piece of this rock that in their view, prior to us coming to office, looked to them as an unlikely prospect, an impossible prospect. And Mr. Speaker, we should not treat this lightly, this program, 2022 program. This program projects our debt to GDP to 60%. by 2035, 2036. And when persons are asking you how it will get there, we have a clearly articulated strategy, of which I just mentioned one aspect of it, about housing. We have started, and having said this, in every disappointment is a blessing. And while I don't want to trump the effects of Hurricane Elsa, because that is an act of God. Some question that, whether it's an act of God. But it was a hurricane, not made by us, Barbadians, nor this cabinet. And I spoke about this at length, some 1,700 odd houses damaged. But what we were able to do to start the recovery, we were able to generate some employment in this country by employing 420 local contractors to rebuild the houses. And we came to Parliament recently, last week, led by the member for Christchurch West, senior minister, the amendment to the catastrophe fund, the amendment to the Catastrophe Act, 2020, so that we can access funding to rebuild these houses. What that will do, it'll bring comfort to the citizens who were impacted, but it will also create some employment opportunities in this country. And like I said, over 400 contractors have been engaged to rebuild the houses. But Mr. Speaker, this is not really the private-led investment that we want to engage in this country. We want to employ contractors. But what we are saying to you, that the National Housing Corporation has lands such as Low Burney, will have lands vested in it, just as Low Burney. And you heard the member for St. James Central spoke about Planning Gains. That is Planning Gains land. But we will not be building those houses as a government. Private-public partnerships have become the order of the day. That is how we're going to get the private-led investment that will grow this economy. We have a joint venture at Chancery Lane to build 300 houses. And I can report proudly tonight, it's a joint venture, a private investor who did the infrastructural works, the roads and the water and everything, all the infrastructure, and then built the homes, and they're being sold. Partner with NHC, who provided the land. That is what we're talking about when we talk about private sector investment in this country to stimulate growth. But we are not finished there. A similar thing would occur at Low Burney, where we have a private investor again who will take 20 acres of the land of a 40-acre plot and engage in the said level of house construction in this country. And that is the way we ought to be looking to build out growth in this country, through private investment in housing. We recognize we have restructuring to do at the SOEs, and the Prime Minister mentioned some of them. And SOE reforms, they are part of the BERT 2022 strategy, plan, and was part of the BERT 2018 plan as well. Some were left out. I mean, we know what happened. We were struck by the tsunami called COVID, and certain things were shelved. But we are back here now. We're NHC, National Housing Corporation, and the Prime Minister clearly articulated what are some of the roles of a restructured National Housing Corporation, focusing on the rent-to-own facility, focusing on the already built assets, focusing on the partnership, the joint venture partnerships, but little or minimal building, utilizing investment from private entities to build up our housing stock and to bring some relief to the citizens of this country. Mr. Speaker, I am happy, like I said earlier, to be part of this government who's seeking to create growth in this country and who will create growth in this country over the next 5, 10, 15 years, and who seek never to return to those days where we operated a deficit as opposed to a primary surplus, those dark days. And we recognize also, and this is critical for us, because we speak about credit ratings and you hear persons on the street talking about credit ratings. And we often boast about credit ratings, but we have to boast about credit ratings. Because when you have been downgraded, 23 downgrades under the last government, and now we are still not back at investment grade, but we are getting there. And I know one of our consultants used the phrase, we are still in the ocean, but we are climbing. We are getting to the level, you know, we're coming from the bottom of the sea, 23 downgrades, and we're probably just above the middle of the ocean, getting back to investment grade, giving us a proper credit rating. But why would we do that? Why do we think this is critical? We have to let the country know. This credit rating impacts the cost of borrowing. When you're classified as junk, nobody want to see you. And if they want to see you, you have to pay 5 or 6 times the cost of what someone who's not seen as junk will pay for money. So the cost of borrowing becomes, and that is in simple layman terms. So the cost of borrowing when you're classified as junk and when you have 23 downgrades, you're risky. No one wants to invest in nothing. Your blue bonds, nothing. We were able, I think, September, to float these blue bonds. And we're on the recovery. We're doing well. So when you hear people out there talking about this country is borrowing money, we have to borrow based on our new reality. But we are not borrowing money to pay salaries. We are borrowing money to invest, and we are borrowing money to grow this economy, and we are borrowing money to give us some leverage to show up the foreign reserves, bring some fiscal stability to this country, and debt stability to this country. So, Mr. Speaker, I will close by thanking you for giving me the opportunity to speak in this, what I call, important watershed debate. And I will say to the people of this country, gone are the days when we'll be wondering where our next breadfruit will come from. Gone are the days when the people in the country and in urban Barbados will be wondering where our next fish will come from. Gone are the days when our school children will be wondering where our pair of shoes will come from, mommy or daddy. Following this birth and recovery plan, Barbados is well anchored and on its path to see growth in this country and to make Barbados, I often use the phrase, the best place to live, work, do business, and raise a family. I'm obliged to you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for St. Michael's.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know the hour is getting late, but I believe that I wanted to lend my voice to this important resolution. It's the previous speakers have set the tone, I believe, for the government's program in terms of economic recovery of this country. Regardless of who has spoken thus far, I think there is a clear tone in the debate today which suggests an overwhelming support for not only the first BERT program, but also for the efforts which I know that each and every one of my colleagues have been making and I know will continue to make in relation to being able to turn this economy around. Mr. Speaker, sometimes depending on whether you look at the glass with water in it, and you may determine that it is either half full or half empty. I recall being a member of the opposition at the time, sitting on the other side, and listening to a then administration seek to articulate policy after policy that they wanted the country to believe was in the best interest of the people. We heard about the printing of money. We heard about all of the various projects that were being proposed, which in many cases, none of them ever materialized. We led a campaign, Mr. Speaker, going into the 2018 election about transparency, accountability in public life, because we were very concerned from opposition as to what was the state not only of the economy, but also the management of the affairs of this country as well. And the people of this country gave us a resounding victory in 2018 and again 5 years later. But sir, as I stand here today and I listen to my colleagues, some of them have touched, I think, on the things that they understand really matter to the Barbadian public. Because while we can speak about growth, we can speak about the fiscal deficit, we can speak about the IMF, we're going to speak about the road to recovery. Unless ordinary Barbadians feel as though there is some impact being felt in their pockets, in their way of life, in their journeys to the supermarket and being able to afford and not have to pick and choose what they purchase, then a lot of what we say here and what we do here becomes of little meaning to the public, and I'm sure to many of your constituents. But the reality, sir, is that while we have had a difficult period in terms of unexpected blows, as I would call it, the pandemic and the freak storm and the ashfall, and I won't repeat all of what has been repeated before, but we were dealt a blow in terms of us being able to reach a point where we were on a certain trajectory to be able to hit the ground running and to make sure that we were able to allow our people to come from staying the course to being able to start the race and to start to rebuild. We found ourselves in a situation, sir, where we had to take stock again and to reconsider the approach that we had been taking. That, sir, has led to a lot of, I think, sleepless nights for my colleagues, various ministers who would have worked and other consultants who would have worked on the economic recovery plan. And let me just say, when I heard the Prime Minister this morning remind the country as well about the fact that we were able to do in record time that which I don't think any administration has ever been able to do, I reflected on the long hours over at the opposition office where the economic team then in the lead up to the 2018 election was constantly warning all of us in various meetings, whether estimates or preparation for the budget, of what was on the horizon, of the dangerous trajectory on which Barbados was going, on the way in which the last administration was spending the country's money and putting us in a very reckless position as it relates to our finances, sir. And we were prepared, not because we were just eager to get to office, but because we understood what was happening not only globally, but we understood that you had to not only rely on tourism, but you had to make sure that all of the economic sectors were being able to be driven. And so it was a task, but at the same time, the consultants and the other ministers, Honourable Prime Minister, was able to lay out a plan to be able to allow us to stay the course and to be able to reap some benefits prior to those incidences occurring. We have before us, Mr. Speaker, today, the 2022 recovery plan. And while we hear, yes, that we have not completed some of the things that we would have wanted to do in the first 2018, the reality is that these things, I believe, are as urgent as they were in 2018 as they are now. The reality is that we cannot forget the fact that in that lost decade prior to 2018, and I say lost, sir, because it was a loss for the people of this country in a major way. It was a loss of our reputation. It was a loss of the savings of ordinary homeowners and business people. It was a loss in terms of the way in which Barbados had felt about its country, and Barbadians felt about its country, in relation to once being able to punch above our weight, being able to have leadership that spoke to us, not in Latin or some other language, sir, but in a language that ordinary Barbadians could understand. When we speak of the lost decades, sir, that is what we are talking about. We are also talking, because I hear a lot of rumblings in the public domain, and in particular from those who were once on this side as the government of this country, referring to concerns about apologies and that ministers must apologize and that we don't know what we're doing and that we are on the wrong course. And each of the ministers who have spoken have lectured in one way or the other in relation to setting the record straight as it relates to whether it's the economy or the society. We have tried to basically set the record straight in terms of what it is that we are doing and what we are projecting, sir. But, you know, we cannot allow the record to not reflect that an administration that preceded us failed to apologize for being able to put us in the position that we have to stand here and talk about a lost decade today, sir. If anything, they need to be apologizing to the people of this country for creating a situation where they placed us at the bottom of the pack, where we were the laughingstock of the Caribbean, never before seen in our history, where our leaders in the country did not stand up and be accounted for, whether in the region or in the rest of the world, sir. They didn't apologize then. They didn't apologize when we had downgrade after downgrade. They didn't say they were sorry. They told us that we had to hold strain, that it was the international climate that was affecting our ability to be able to stand on our own 2 feet, sir. That's what they told us. I don't recall hearing an apology during those periods where we were complaining, where the people were facing the worst of the worst times, sir. I don't recall, and I have the responsibility for 2 entities which are referenced in this plan, and were referenced in 2018, which are state-owned enterprises responsible for water and public transportation, both of which critical to being able to help build out this country, because if you have the proper infrastructure in place by way of transportation and certainly in terms of roads, sir, you have the opportunity to be able to create economic opportunities for your people, to be able to allow people to move goods to and fro and services to and fro across the country. You create a better environment for the tourists when they come here, sir, but also for the locals who want to enjoy Barbados and who want to enjoy what Barbados has to offer. But, sir, I don't recall any apology in relation to the deeds that took place in relation to the institution of the Transport Board by the last administration, nor do I recall an apology in relation to the Barbados Water Authority, sir, and allow me to explain. Because sometimes we forget in this place, because we talk to each other, but sometimes we forget Auditor General reports reporting on periods in the lost decade. Everybody wants to start from the now and to accuse us as an administration of not doing this and not doing that, but don't want to be reminded sometimes of the journey that it has taken for us to get here, to have to constantly be cleaning up the mess left by the last administration, sir. It is not because, we remain not because, and I certainly remain, sir, not because I want to live in the past, but I believe strongly that sometimes you have to remind people of the road that you have traveled so that they understand and can appreciate better the journey that we now have to go as well. So if I take the 2019 Auditor General report, sir, dealing with the Barbados Water Authority, special report on BWA. Being the largest state agency, carrying an annual budget at the time of in excess of 100 million, the report went on to say, sir, and this is already a document of the House, that 49% of the water which is pumped by the Barbados Water Authority was unaccounted for. And this was partly due to one, faulty meters, sir, and undetected burst mains. The then administration didn't see it fit for the people in the north of the island, the people down in St. Andrews, St. John, nowhere. They didn't say sorry to them for the fact that we found ourselves in a situation where we had 100-year-old mains across the country that nobody had decided that they were going to touch in that lost decade, sir. But I go further. The then administration decided that they were going to pursue major capital works projects of $1.49 billion. And as a consequence of those projects, the Auditor General had to review a number of the procurement practices that took place in relation to Barbados Water Authority. You remember, because people tend to forget, Honourable Minister, they forget the road that we have traveled to get to this point. And what did the audit reveal? The audit revealed that $1.49 billion in goods and services, which the authority sought to acquire, that 90% of these did not go out to public tender. What does that mean, sir? 90% did not go out to public tender. In other words, the last administration who did not apologize and continue not to apologize for its wrongdoings did not feel it necessary that they should go to public tender in order to ensure that people had an equal opportunity to be able to bid for the contracts of the Barbados Water Authority, sir. It meant that, sir, the financial rules in this country were being breached. That officers, members of the board, and all of this is in the record, so I'm not making this up, that persons who had the ability to make decisions, whether at ministerial level, board level, or otherwise, were part of a process which led to the breach of procurement rules in this country, sir, which then left us in 2018 in a position where we then had to figure out not only how we were going to unravel a number of the contracts that they entered into on the eve of the election for millions of dollars, but we now had to figure out how we get in water to critical areas across this country. How were we going to get out of the contracts that they had put us in without public tendering, at great expense to the people of this country, at great expense in terms of litigation in this country and potential litigation? We had to then figure out what we were going to do, sir, in 2018, in the middle of having the economic team have to figure out as well how we can keep this country afloat, sir. I start there, because my memory is long. Sir, we had a project in BWA, one relating to the construction of the Grand View Reservoir. Again, we're trying to provide additional storage capacity to make sure that people can get water, critical and essential services. Nobody can apologize for not providing essential services. That was supposed to cost $6 million. The Auditor General report alludes to the fact that there was no clear basis for the selection of the contractor. There was no evidence that the authority at the time sought to find other firms to construct the reservoir. In fact, the company that was engaged then hired another firm, and a revised reconstruction cost was set at $23.93 million Barbados dollars, sir. I start here, sir, because I think it is important to understand the road that we have traveled to get to a point where an economic team has had to put together a recovery plan. because we came and we found contracts of this nature in state-owned enterprises. And this is just the first one to talk about, sir. We came and found this, and we had to bring an end to these practices and start to renegotiate these contracts in order to be able to find the money to fix the burst pipes across the country and to fix the mains across the country. Because people basically felt that they could have a free hand of the funds that were made available from the consolidated fund in this country, sir. But it gets better. Then when we came to supplying pipes and fittings before 2018, Barbados Water Authority again, sir, entered into an engagement with a firm to supply pipes and fittings, even though the firm was deemed ineligible as it didn't conform to the required specifications. I am not making this up, sir. This is bedside reading for those who want an exercise in trying to understand how we got here, and again, that our road travel has not been an easy one. The report, not this minister, sir, says that the then minister directed the chairman to award the contract in the sum of $3.8 million plus finance charges of $1.48 million to be paid over 36 months. The conclusion by the Auditor General, as I'm sure all Barbadians hearing my voice can also conclude, is that such a high interest payment was not necessary for a relatively small purchase, sir. So the money start to add up. We're talking millions of dollars that are unaccounted for, not having been following a procurement process, a tendering process of transparency and accountability, rush contracts prior to an election. And then we got to come in and we got to clean up this mess, sir, because we told the people of Barbados that we were going to clean it up. But it gets better, sir. We then had the payment for consultancy services of Barbados, $5.5 million paid to an overseas firm in respect of an invoice, listen to it good, and I quote, previous expenses, fees, reimbursable expenses and commissions for the smart meter project for Barbados. But what is even more damning, sir, is that the Auditor General then says that he could find no confirmation that any service was performed. Sir, yes, the people determine whether they knew all the facts or not at the time, because this report is 2019, that something wasn't right. Something was a little fishy going on in the last administration. But I raise these issues again, sir, because we don't often go back to the Auditor General reports to see what was unraveled, where the problems were, who perhaps should have get locked up. We don't go there, sir, enough. And sometimes we don't lock them up. Unfortunate, sir. But the reality is that it tells a tale, and this is just one report, it tells a tale that we must never forget, and we must never allow people to come with their fancy language to distract us from what we have come here by the people of this country to be able to do, sir. Because whether it was the community tanks that they put $4 million to one contractor for and entered into an agreement for $67,000 per month for 5 years, whether it was the desalination plants that we have spent the last few years trying to renegotiate, and my biggest question remains, how is it that you give out contracts to people, sign agreements, sir, enter into arrangements, but you cannot confirm that you have housing developments taking place in those areas? Planning permission has not been granted, sir. How do you do that? But now we have found ourselves embroiled in a battle with entities trying to justify and to work our way through agreements in order, sir, to be able to determine how do we save the taxpayers of this country the monies that have been put out and committed by a previous administration, sir. So when we talk about growth and being able to get growth in this country, we understand that to get growth, we got to clean up the mess that we came and we found. We had to clean up the mess in national housing. And the Honourable Minister has started that process, and I'm grateful to him for being able to weigh in as it relates to the Lower Bernice project, which I know will bring relief to the people of my constituency and across Barbados. My only concern is that it has taken too long, because it started with the former minister, sir. And sometimes the process is what frustrates the people of this country, because it takes too long sometimes to do the right thing in the name of the people. But I'm grateful that that process is coming to a head, and I look forward to being able to engage in that debate when the time comes. But we had, sir, a situation over at Transport Board as well, where we also had to come to office and to deal with the issue of the gratuities. And a few weeks ago, one of the newspapers called me out of concern that a number of former employees had not received their pensions. When I did a little bit more research, sir, I discovered that this Barbados Labour Party, on coming to office, tried to make wrong things right. And back in April of 2021, sir, the then Board of Directors approved the removal of the restrictions placed on all Transport Board employees except the senior management for gratuity entitlement. The board also approved the recommendation to make this eligibility retroactive to all employees retiring effective from May 24th of 2018, sir. Because we understood the injustice that was being done to those individuals. And I stand here today, sir, proud to say that while the process started and we were able to pay monies to a number of these employees, about 3.3 million was paid back in January and February, we are in a position today to have started the process of paying the other 1.1 million to the remaining 21 employees, former employees of the Transport Board. I'm told that the checks have been prepared, sir, the monies have been released, and our commitment yet again by this administration to make wrong things right for the people of this country has again been honored. So when we talk in this plan about getting cat-spraddled by things that we had no control over, we also got to talk about the things that happened under the previous administration in the last decade that has cat-spraddled us. I don't think that's parliamentary, but you know what I mean, sir, and I think all others do as well. But you understand that we've had to come to office and unravel a number of the things that have affected ordinary Barbadians and to make wrong things right in this country. Because it is not fair to those individuals. They've had to wait. And of course, they had to wait because we had to get the funds released as well. But they were ignored by the previous administration. And therefore, we took it on ourselves to make sure that we were not going to allow these individuals to suffer, sir. And I expect over the course of the next couple of days that they will receive their checks. Sir, we came to office and we recognized the challenges with availability of buses. Transport Board has been plagued with this problem for many, many years. The fact that the last administration chose not to buy any buses, I think it was back from 2006, meant that we ended up in a situation where we had, 2008, that we had a difficulty in being able to provide the number of buses that we required on the road. So what did we have to do? We had to make sure that we had an opportunity created to be able to bring in buses into this country, sir, to upgrade the fleet that was existing at the Transport Board. But we didn't just get any buses. The then minister made sure that things were in motion to be able to get electric buses. Electric buses, sir, today that have made us the envy of the entire region. That has made us the first destination, I believe, in this part of this hemisphere that has such a substantial fleet of electric buses. So we didn't just put the money into somebody's hand and not tender the contract and not just lick out the money, sir. We understood that people were having a problem getting a bus and getting public transportation in this country, and we understood that we had a responsibility to the people of this country to make wrong things right again. And we did so, sir. We are also in discussions with the Ministry of Energy, and we anticipate another 10 buses, electric buses, coming next year. And we do so because while even as I speak, we have challenges still in terms of the availability of buses, because we are seeing even a greater uptake of the school children using the buses right now, which is a good thing. And I've said to the Honourable Minister of Education, my colleague, that we have to engage in discussions regarding some flexibility on perhaps the start of the school day and the end of the school day, or even looking at dedicated buses within the system. I perhaps have the benefit of having been the former minister and starting those discussions, and I know that these are things that we must engage the country, the unions, the various stakeholders in, because we are seeing an increase in the number of traffic on the road, sir, on mornings in particular, getting to and fro work. And perhaps that time has come for us to be able to look very clinically at decisions that may have to be made in relation to public transportation in this country, sir. While we're doing that, this strategy also speaks to the fact that we have to look at the Barbados Mass Transit Authority. And yes, there will be consultations with the unions. We're not going to do anything without consultation with the unions, sir, and our stakeholders. This is a party that perhaps has consulted more than any other in its history, in the history of this country. And I'm proud of that, sir. Sometimes I think we consult too much. We over-consult. But we will never stop consulting, because we understand that all of the ideas do not always resonate with us as a government. But we are better for listening to the people and listening to the stakeholders and being able to shape decision-making in this country. And so the Barbados Mass Transit Authority, we've been working in the background trying to pull together various projections to look at what we will be doing over the course of the next few months. And I think we're shortly at the point where we will be able to start those discussions with the unions and the stakeholders. But what is at the crux of the Barbados Mass Transit Authority? It is a view that we need to be able to ensure that people who have a stake in public transportation become entrepreneurial, that people play a role in public transportation. As the Prime Minister said earlier, they are already playing a role, but we need to be able to regulate the sector. And we need to be able to make sure that we are able to schedule our buses, our public transportation generally, to make sure that we are incorporating everybody into the sector to make it more reliable and more efficient, sir. That you will be able to, at some point, be able to pay cashless. And we're in the process of having those installed on our buses with an intention to be able to widen that to the rest of the sector. Because again, we have heard the cries of the associations, all the drivers and conductors, even the general public, as it relates to the issue of carrying money. It ties directly into the issue of the Barbados ID card and being able to, again, transform Barbados in a way which makes it a modern society, takes into account the issues of safety, but ensures that we do so with full consultation and dialogue with our respective stakeholders, sir. So we can't have growth in the country if we don't start to look at modernizing the various sectors. We have to modernize public transportation in this country, because I would like to see a day when people, all of us in here, may want to put down our vehicles and come to Parliament by way of a bus. And to be able to have people want to park and ride into the city or to any of the cities in this country, sir. But in order to get there, we're going to have to build out the hubs within the country. Because, sir, I don't know that you're going to put down your vehicle and park and ride if there's not proper lighting in the area where you're leaving your vehicle, or there's not proper security or washroom facilities, or that you cannot guarantee that the bus is going to come on time. So those are all things that help in us being able to make these decisions, but we have to talk the country through it in terms of the decision making that must now take place. We won't get growth if we are not open to change. Because I think we've all grown during the pandemic, but we grew because we had to change, we had to adjust. It was thrust on us, it was forced on us, but we all had to find ourselves in a situation where we had to basically change our current trajectory. And so, sir, there's much that I think has been been learnt from the pandemic as well. I couldn't sit, sir, without also touching on, obviously, the work that we're continuing to do to try to get the water into the north of the island. We've been providing a number of community tanks. Again, in building resilience, we need to make sure that people have infrastructure available to them to be able to ensure that the reservoirs have been built out, the pumping stations. We've been investing in generators, standby generations for the pumping stations to ensure that if the electricity goes off, if we are affected by severe weather, that we're in a position to still have adequate supplies of water to the country. That is what this administration has spent the money on. The generators, ensuring that we had the reservoirs, that people could now say, even if they're not getting full access to water, there are areas across the country who can boast that they are getting it, which means that the process has already started, sir. And as my colleague is saying, as an aside, it has improved considerably. It is not a perfect situation, sir, by any stretch of the administration. And we are working on the responses to the bursts. But again, with 100-year-old mains, you will get bursts. And every time you fix a couple of kilometers, you find yourself in a situation where there's another burst, sir. We also have the additional issue of the roads. This administration, you know, when I recall the words of the former Prime Minister that potholes were transient inconveniences, you know, and I look at what we are spending in terms of a road rehabilitation program. Good God, people can only be unreasonable if they don't recognize that the effort is being made by this administration. We came to office, we didn't say we're in the middle of a pandemic, so we can't go and talk to the Chinese, we can't find the funding. We came to office and we said, look, let's have the conversation. Let us, in the middle of a pandemic, have the conversation about the Scotland district, which takes up 1/7 of the landmass of this country, impacts several parishes in the northern part of and the east coast of the island. We said, let us have the conversation to be able to save the infrastructure out there, the road infrastructure, to be able to make these areas more resilient and to be able to ensure that people can get to the locations for services and for housing. That's what we said we would do. And we entered into an agreement, a loan agreement with the Exim Bank to be able to start the rehabilitation of the Scotland district, sir. We are talking about $230 million, sir, in a loan financing to be able to work on the Scotland district. But it didn't end there. We also have entered into financing from the IDB Global Roads project for another $50 million, not just for the roads, but also for the technical expertise to be able to strengthen the human capacity within the ministry as well. And we also have another $100 million from under the CAF fund that is going to assist us to be able to do a number of the residential roads and the key roads within the country. So I hear the Honourable Member for St. Michael's South and others who constantly, I can tell constituents across this country, my colleagues are constantly asking me for roads to get done. But we've had to put the financing mechanisms in place to now be in a position to tender and to make sure that we are able to have the opportunities for the various road contractors to be able to carry out and to execute the works across the country. Will there be inconvenience, sir? There can be inconvenience. And there's inconvenience, but I assure you that at the end of the inconvenience, there's going to be a benefit, sir. There was an inconvenience during the pandemic. We had to wear a mask, we had to sanitize, we had to keep our distance. But we are here this afternoon, sir, having come out a lot stronger. And I have the same view of our roads. The roads are bad. There is no question about it. The newspaper writer the journalist who asked me the other day in a casual conversation on my WhatsApp about the blog that was online talking about Barbados having the worst roads, number 11 across the hemisphere. My response was not one that I would normally have given too much thought to, because as far as I was concerned, everybody know the road's bad. And my simple response was that we are working on it. We've alerted the country to what the issues were back when the International Road Federation conference was held a few months ago. And it makes you wonder whether the same newspapers and the journalists don't read the paper. because these things are no mystery to the Barbadian public. It's no mystery to anybody traversing the roads. The roads are bad, but that is why we have taken the steps to be able to access the financing in order to ensure that we can start the road improvement program to alleviate the concerns of the people. You have heard the Honourable Prime Minister say that she wants to further invest in equipment in order to be able to do what we call the short road or the cart road program, sir. And why? We have said we want to do it, sir, because we understand that when, especially with how the rains are falling, we find ourselves in a situation where people, especially in the countryside areas, can't get out of their houses, sir, without a whole mess of water. And we want to be able to bring some level of relief, especially to the old people who find difficulty being able to get out to the main road, sir. That is what this administration is doing. When we talk about resilience, when we talk about building out infrastructure, that is what the growth strategy is about. So it is nothing that we are saying we are going to execute 5 years from now. I want the country to understand that the growth strategy is a work in progress. The Honourable Member for Christchurch West is not heading the infrastructure section of this administration for any other reason than that we understand and appreciate that if we do not have somebody coming to work every single day to make sure that officers are completing the files and sending them back and making sure that we get approvals for planning permission, that we will not get the growth in this country that we need to unleash, sir. We didn't make him senior minister because we don't have anything else to do. This is not like the wild consultancies of the last administration, sir. This is an administration that understands that it is all hands on deck. And that if we do not enable our people and our members to be able to drill down to the day-to-day issues, we are not going to get the growth that we want in this country, sir. And that is the unfortunate thing. We have started the roads, for instance, in the Scotland district. We started with Vaughan's Road, Shorey Village. I can say to you, sir, without fear of contradiction, that we are closer now than we ever have been in relation to White Hill. We have got the horizontal and the vertical alignment, whatever that means. I know that I'm seeing the plan, and I know that we are closer than we have ever been. Technical surveys completed, geotechnical surveys completed, sir, at a point where we are pushing every single week. The Honourable Member for Christchurch West, the Honourable Member for St. Andrew, every single week we meet with the team to be able to drill down and to push them a little harder to be able to say to us when we are going to be able to see some progress in the White Hill area. Because that is the commitment that we have made to the people of St. Andrew, and it is a promise that we intend to keep. Sir, we have said we came in and we addressed the issue with the sewage, but we also have to make sure that we deal with wider issues of sewage and sewering in areas like the Bell and Bellevue and Chapman Lane. We've started to prioritize, we've started to look at the designs, we've started to look at our options. Again, a process that has been talked about for decades. I was a little girl when I first heard about sewering in the Bell area and the concerns that existed there, sir. Bellevue Alley, which you are familiar, sir. But we have come with a mission and a commitment to make wrong things right and to make sure that our people are not left in the same position in which we found them. Is it a mammoth task for an administration to have to encounter and to face in the woes of a major economic crisis? Yes, it is, sir. But we understand when we visit the areas, the Honourable Member for St. Andrew and myself, when we go into the areas of your constituency and others, we understand that the mission is the same mission that we always have had, to make life better for people. Are we going to be able to move everybody and to find a solution right away overnight? No, we will not. But what we need people to understand is that while we are working on the sewering solutions, the Honourable Member for St. George South is also working on the issues related to housing and trying to make sure that we can get people into proper accommodation. Because I will continue to maintain that people do not determine that they will go and squat and catch water from a standpipe because they cannot do any better. Find me the person who decides that they're going to raise their children in that way. And I'll take back my words, sir. I haven't met one yet. And I know you haven't met any either. There are people who will say, we must not provide for these people. But if we don't provide for them, we compromise our groundwater. And then it impacts all of us. So while the action may not be something that we like, we have to understand the cause, because if we don't understand the cause, we get too hasty and too judgmental about the situations that people find themselves in, sir. And we have made a commitment to make life better for our people, and that is what we will continue to do. The Honourable Member for St. Michael East always says, you know, he is tired hearing that we're going to fix these issues in the belt. But I've assured him that we are working clinically to be able to unleash the funding to be able to start the process. And there are a number of, as I said, options on the table in relation to that. The last thing, sir, that I want to touch on is this issue of the social sector. The Honourable Minister spoke to trust in the system, trust and confidence that needs to be built out, but also has outlaid a plan which speaks to a responsibility of this government in ensuring that we address the societal issues. Because if we don't address the societal issues and make sure that we are able to drill down to the challenges that people are having, the social problems that people are having, none of the discussions on growth are really going to matter. And I'm confident that with both the Honourable Minister responsible for this area and the Parliamentary Secretary, people who I know care about people, who understand people and the plight of our poor people in this country and the most vulnerable, sir, that what we have said in terms of an administration wanting to be able to make the major social changes to that sector, that it is just a matter of time before we are able to turn the corner, sir. It can't be easy because we're changing a mindset. We're changing a mindset where a previous administration believed that they could put paint on a building and give it a different name, and that was the solution to solving poor people problems. But we have ministers and parliamentary secretaries now in the ministry who actually understand what we need to do in order to transition people. That people should not be on welfare or on the $600 program for life. They understand that the whole thing is a help up to get you to a point where you come off of it. But they also understand that the issues are also a lot deeper, that sometimes you got to go to the deep-rooted issues and look at the entire family. You can't just deal with the individual, because the individual has so many other tentacles that also need to be addressed, sir. And that too often, perhaps the political directorate of the past has only been looking at the surface, but not going deep-rooted to be able to see how we can get families to break the cycle of poverty. And that is what our mission must be about, sir. It is this party that started the Poverty Alleviation Department, none other. We didn't do it to be able to create another consultancy, sir. We did it because we understood that oftentimes the systems that exist do not adequately address the needs of the population. We did it, sir, because we understood that we must cater to the most vulnerable. And so whether we call it the 1,000 Families Program now, or whether we call it the Household Mitigation Fund, which was able to hold people together during the early part of the pandemic, sir, I am confident that the reforms that are necessary in that sector will complement all of the other aspects of the BERT program in being able to give us the economic recovery that we want. I don't know any other administration in the region that took a decision to hire people in schools as school monitors. I don't know any other administration that hired ash workers on contract to not just clean the roads, but then to beautify the country, or any other administration that coming into an IMF program would have engaged the NCC workers, the persons in the NCC program, to be able to also work for this country, sir. I don't know any other place. I don't know any other place, sir. And I believe that while we can always do more, because the people demand of us more, because we have set the bar so high. We have also done considerably well in the circumstances when we compare ourselves to others. And like my colleague from St. Michael's South, the prices does run me too in the supermarket. That's my reality. What hurts me, sir, sometimes is that as politicians, when we have to say what we see, people have a problem with it. But the press can write and others can commentate on the things that we see, that we represent about our people, and there's no problem. So everybody can say the price is high, and people having a challenge with the cost of living. But let the politicians say, and they want to crucify us. Let us say that we want better productivity in our country, and we want workers to work. We want people to give a full day's work, and people got a problem with it, sir. I want the same thing that my people want, and I'm not going to make it sound pretty so that I don't offend or that I sit on the sidelines while nonsense is going along. I worked through my treatment in Miami with a port in my chest in a hospital room, taking chemotherapy. I managed an entire Ministry of Education, sir. I understand what it is to work and to turn up, present and accounted for, even in the face of adversity. So I don't speak because I throw in stones at nobody. I speak in a tone because I love this country, and every time I stand, I'm going to continue to say I love my country and I love my people. And it is because I love it that I know that my people can do better. That with this program will mean nothing if we don't have all of the stakeholders on board. If people don't turn up for work to get the projects going. If the file don't move from one officer to the next officer. If people are not held to account for not releasing funds when they're supposed to be released so people can get paid. That's what we're talking about. And who the cap fit, let them wear it. Because I'm not talking about the hard-working workers in the public service or the contract workers or the consultants, sir. I'm talking about them. I'm talking about the people who are not giving us an honest day's work that makes the job of all of us, sir, on this side a little harder, that puts the Prime Minister under pressure. Y'all pray for her, sir. The public prays for her. I've heard the pastors beg her to slow down. But how can she slow down if we're not also helping to carry the weight as well? Because we're shirking a little bit of the work, or we upholding people in things that we know better about. I can tell you that since my comments were made, I start to see grass moving from the side of the road, and it moving by the same people who I have called out in terms of supervision. So at the end of the day, somebody hear the call, because I said what the people have said to me that they are upset about. And therefore, we have to face the problem, as a former Prime Minister of this party said, and fix it. Sir, I support this resolution to bring growth back to this country. We have managed to maintain our fiscal and debt sustainability, but the time has now come, coming out of this pandemic, where, well, we're still in the pandemic, but at this juncture, we now need to ensure that we are achieving inclusive and sustainable growth, and we can only do that, sir, with the assistance and with the ability of all of our people to get on board. And I look forward to us being able, I think the Honourable Minister, who will wrap up, will no doubt speak to how this information will be disseminated in a way that the people of this country can understand it, because there's no point calling all of the names of the programs that we're going to do if at the end of the day we are not breaking it down for people to understand. We can talk about all of our committees that we are setting up, but if people do not get work, if people are not able to put food on the table, they can't send their children to school, sir, they cannot see a future for themselves, then at the end of the day, sir, this document will come to nothing. And therefore, I implore all Barbadians to be able to work with us to be able to make this a reality. Sir, with those few words, I'm obliged.
Honourable Member for St. Michael North.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Mr. Speaker. You know the hour is late, so I do appreciate you acknowledging me at this time of the evening. And I do give the assurance, Mr. Speaker, to my colleagues that I do not intend to be long. But I will not let this opportunity pass, Mr. Speaker, without saying a bit in support of the resolution, and of course, lending my voice with reference to the ministry that I have the honor to lead, the Ministry of Industry, Innovation, Science, and Technology. I very much support the resolution that is before the House today, Mr. Speaker, the Barbados Economic Recovery and Transformation BERT Plan 2022. And as many of my colleagues have already established during the course of today's proceedings, Mr. Speaker, this iteration of the BERT plan has no intention to replace the BERT plan of 2018, but it does intend to build upon, enhance, and extend the initiatives and objectives, plans, targets of that BERT plan of 2018. And Mr. Speaker, I want to say at the outset that we're not here today, and as this bill was piloted by our Honourable Prime Minister, the Honourable Member for St. Michael Northeast, and from that presentation, from the pilot, straight through each and every one of my colleagues who would have spoken, this has not been an exercise, Mr. Speaker, in chest thumping. This has not been an exercise, Mr. Speaker, of vainglory, boasting. This has not been an exercise of us just saying, hey, we have arrived. BERT 1.0 did this phenomenal job. I know we're here to extend it again. It was so nice we had to do it twice. It's not one of those types of presentations during the course of today, and neither will it be for me. Indeed, we achieved much under BERT 2018, or 1.0. Indeed, we did a stellar job and commendable job in seeking to achieve and realize the goals and objectives that were laid out in the BERT plan of 2018. And over the last 4 years, Mr. Speaker, every one of my colleagues that would have spoken, and of course, I'm sure many of our citizens across the line from breadth of our island would agree that this government has done a stellar, commendable, and even in some cases, phenomenal job of holding this country together under some of the most difficult and trying of circumstances. So we have done significant work, Mr. Speaker, over the last 4 years. And we appreciate that much has already been accomplished, but much is still yet left to be done. The entire plan and approach of this government to leadership, I think, can be pinned or anchored in our covenant of hope, as presented now many years ago, but it continues to be a guiding principle, a guiding beacon for all that we do and all that we engage in as a government as we seek to provide leadership to our citizens and to this country. And there's much more that needs to be done as we bring our country into a new era. And Mr. Speaker, we understand that this world is changing rapidly before our eyes. Almost every single day, there are new challenges that beset us, to our left hand and to our right hand. There are many things that are coming upon us as a small island developing state. I mean, Mr. Speaker, it seems like if there is something almost every day, from climate change, which is besetting us with seaweed on our shores. When I was a child, Mr. Speaker, I can't tell you that I ever saw sargassum seaweed on the beach. I can't recall it. I don't know if it was happening back then. That was just a few years ago, thankfully. But I do not recall seeing sargassum seaweed littering our beaches when I was a child. I remember quite the opposite, Mr. Speaker, being able to go down to the beach almost every weekend with my family, down to Brandon's Beach, walking down from Eden Lodge, down to Brandon's as a family and going down on the sand, and we played and we frolicked on the beach. I do not recall seeing sargassum seaweed. But this is a present-day reality that we face, and it may look simple, Mr. Speaker. But when you see the sargassum piling up on our shores as a tourism-dependent destination, it is something that can become existential to us. It can create a critical problem for our country and our tourism product if the sargassum seaweed persists, and it is likely so to do. That is one challenge, climate change. But in the last 4 years, as speaker after speaker have already outlined, Mr. Speaker, we have been beset left and right by challenge after challenge after challenge. So whilst BERT 1.0, 2018, has significant ideals, objectives, and goals that we wanted to achieve, unfortunately, we were not able to make the level of progress that we were planning to make due to the many difficulties that we encountered during the course of the period. COVID-19, of course, notwithstanding, probably one of the biggest issues that we have faced and continue to face. The draw on the public purse to be able to address and to adjust to the circumstances that COVID would have put us into. Not only that, Mr. Speaker, just to protect our citizens. Not only that, we had to face, of course, freak storms. We had to face actual hurricanes. We had to face ash fall. We had to face volcanic eruptions that would have caused that ash fall. So there's so much that was not contemplated when BERT 1.0 of 2018 was established. When it was contemplated, none of these things were envisioned, Mr. Speaker. But I am happy that I am a part of an administration that had the foresight that even though none of these things were seen in the light at that point in time when the BERT 2018 plan was established, that there was wisdom and prudence on the part of this Barbados Labour Party administration, this government, to be able to put ourselves in order, to put our house in order. And it was because of the swift and decisive action taken from May of 2018 to move forward with alacrity, not only to engage the IMF, not only to accept from them assistance through their enhanced fund facility, extended fund facility, not only because of the BERT plan that we put in place at that point in time, but it was all of these things working together that gave us the ability that throughout all of the various shocks that we experienced from then till now and continue to experience, we are still able to stand steady and stand firm as a country today, Mr. Speaker. So, as I was saying and I was thinking about what I would say this evening, and looking at the fact that we did not contemplate in 2018 when we engaged the IMF and when we would have piloted our own homegrown BERT plan. I now think here in 2022, what is up ahead of us as a country? There are so many unknowns, Mr. Speaker, that are up ahead of us as a people and as a country. There's so many unknowns. But even as we sit here today in October of 2022, we know that we are facing several potential catastrophes, from wars to rumors of wars, pestilences. There's so many things that I don't know what's going to come next. Locusts, Mr. Speaker? Rumors of war. War. That sounds familiar. But Mr. Speaker, we have so many different things that are up ahead of us, and even in 2018, the 2018 version of Barbados and this administration that would have moved with alacrity and with prudence and wisdom to put the BERT plan of 2018 in place, I am happy and I am pleased that this current 2022 administration is once again proving itself to be prudent, proving itself to be thoughtful and wise in moving forward to put and extend BERT 2022. So I was thinking about wisdom, and I heard the Honourable member for St. George South and also the member from St. George North, and it seems to be a very Christian-minded parish. And both of them would have given reference to their exploits over the weekend, having gone to church, etc. And I was reflecting as I thought, and I went to Proverbs chapter 6 and verse 8. And it says, go to the ant, you sluggard, consider its ways and be wise. Her ways. This is the New International Version. Let me put that out there. It has no commander, no overseer or ruler, yet it stores its provisions in summer and gathers its food at harvest. And Mr. Speaker, this is the words of one who was attributed and has been renowned as one of the wisest people, if not the wisest man that ever lived, King Solomon. And he was speaking about what we can consider a fairly insignificant insect, an ant. But as he reflected and evaluated the actions of this ant, he recognized that they would take their food and they would gather it during one period, laying it up in store for another period of time. Mr. Speaker, we understand the idea of sowing and reaping. We understand the idea, Mr. Speaker, that there are times where you have to shore up your resources just in case. And the older folks will tell us that we have to prepare for bad weather. And indeed, Mr. Speaker, I believe that our government, once again, through the extension of BERT 2022, is saying we need to prepare ourselves as a country for the many and several exogenous shocks that are potentially awaiting us as a country. And it would have been foolhardy for us as a government if we did not take this approach to prepare ourselves like the good old ant for the bad weather that may be up ahead of us. So there's wisdom there, there's discipline there, there's foresight there, and we can see all of these attributes being exhibited by this government. So those who want to talk about borrowing and borrowing and borrowing, what are we borrowing for, Mr. Speaker? We are borrowing for productive purposes and productive reasons. We're not just borrowing because we could borrow. We're not borrowing willy-nilly and recklessly. No one can look at this government and use the word reckless for it. Everything has been measured and thoughtful. Everything, every step that we have taken has been in the interest of our people. We have put them first at all times. This has been a people-centric government. I heard the Honourable Deputy Prime Minister would have mentioned we consult beyond measure. So then you get all the different voices out there who would like to say that we didn't consult with this, we didn't consult with that, or we move ahead with this, or we move ahead with that, and we're reckless, and we're rushing, and we're doing this and doing that. We have to move with pace, Mr. Speaker, because the times in front of us are precarious. We have to move, and we have to move with wisdom, and we have to move with foresight. There's no doubt that the world is still in a state of flux, Mr. Speaker. It's only prudent for us to exercise, again, tremendous foresight and to move forward. Are we just shoring up funding for a rainy day, Mr. Speaker? No. We are actually using BERT 2.0, as is being described by some of my colleagues today, BERT 2022. We are using this actually now to drive growth within our society, within our economy. The transformation that we were seeking to establish or to have or to realize under BERT 1.0, because we weren't able to get there and cross the line in many different areas, we are now through BERT 2.0, 2022, we are now seeking to drive the kind of growth that we're looking for. And that growth, Mr. Speaker, is going to be done across 8 pillars as outlined by our Honourable Prime Minister this morning when she piloted the bill. And this BERT 2022 is oriented for growth. It is designed to bring growth. And I believe, Mr. Speaker, and I'm sure that the Honourable Member for Christchurch Essential, when he is wrapping up, will speak to the fact that it is projected that our Barbadian economy is due to see in this financial year double-digit growth. For the first time, I don't know in however long, but I'm sure for 40 years, I've been told, reliably told by my good Honourable friend from St. James Central. Mr. Speaker, in 40 years, our country has not seen double-digit growth. And now, under the leadership of this Prime Minister, under the leadership of this Cabinet and this government, we are now primed to see double-digit growth, all things being equal, at the end of this financial year. So we're not just borrowing willy-nilly and borrowing for fun. we're borrowing and we're investing in our people, investing in the productive sectors of this country to ensure that they can then churn like a finely tuned engine and turn over. And when the engine starts and we get that movement going on and the momentum is built, that this car of Barbados will be flying down the highway of life. Mercedes, oh yes, Mercedes, why not? Mr. Speaker, I don't want to take up too much time, but I want to zoom in on pillar number 5. And pillar number 5 of the BERT 2022 plan is entitled Making Government an Enabler to Improving Productivity, Boosting Competitiveness and Exports, and Enhancing Service Excellence. Let me say that again. Making government an enabler to improving productivity, boosting competitiveness and exports, and enhancing service excellence. And when we go to the actual plan, and for those who are in this listening of my voice and those who are listening online and will follow these proceedings, Mr. Speaker, I draw their attention to actually look at the BERT plan and look at pillar number 5. And it starts off by saying the government will continue to pursue measures aimed at providing the requisite business environment to support trade and investment in the economy and to increase Barbados' exports. Mr. Speaker, we understand that as a country that we have to earn our keep. And as we borrow and as we go forward under this BERT plan, and we reorganize ourselves, our internal affairs, as we focus on the state-owned enterprises, as we examine all of our operations and what it is that we do and how we can build in those efficiencies through the digital transformation that we are driving, through all of the enterprises of government, throughout the entire public service. All of this is done with the intention of us earning our keep. When we build efficiency into our operations, we save money. A more efficient operation for those who have operated businesses before, when you are more efficient in your operations, you save money, you have less expenditures. But on the other side of that, we need to earn revenues, and we earn revenues by what, Mr. Speaker? By exporting our services and our goods. So we must boost our exports. And the vision of this administration is to have exports that exceed $1 billion per year. $1 billion per year. That means every single coconut vendor, every single person who's selling coconut water, whatever they're selling, pepper sauce, whatever it is, from the least of our condiments to the greatest of our products and services, we want them to be export-oriented. We want them to be driven by a need to move from to provide not only within our shores, but to move to beyond our shores, regionally and internationally, Mr. Speaker. So this government is saying from pillar number 5 of the BERT plan that we want to boost our exports. We have to boost our exports if we want to be competitive. There's no way that we can stand shoulder to shoulder against all of the various big and large communities out there and countries in the world. There's no way that we will be able to be competitive if we're not building our products within Barbados and using them as an export focus so that we can drive that export number up. It goes on to say, Mr. Speaker, the government will continue to pursue programs aimed at improving the business environment via enhanced service delivery, obviously in the private and in the public sector. And this is where MIS comes in, Mr. Speaker. Because MIS is there with a mandate to enhance the productivity of the public service through the adequate and satisfactory use and deployment of technology. Technology makes everything a lot easier. It makes our actions and our jobs and our activities, it makes them more productive once they're employed in the right way. So MIS has a mandate to drive the advancement and the implementation of technological solutions all across the public service, so that what? Our citizens, when they interact with the government of Barbados, that they interact with a government that is well-oriented towards efficiency and effectiveness. That things can be done in a more timely manner, Mr. Speaker. You would have heard the Prime Minister, as she piloted the bill, she made reference of one such activity that has been done so far. And I want to say, and that is the police certificate of character. And I want to say that is one of many to come, Mr. Speaker. And when she was speaking, the Honourable Member, when she was speaking, she would have made reference to the fact that there was a time in this Barbados not so long ago when it would take 6 weeks, Mr. Speaker, or more, for a person to receive a police certificate of character back after applying. But what was the pain of the application process? I remember having to do it myself, Mr. Speaker, heading down to Robert Street. You had to get there. If you didn't get there at 5:30 in the morning, you're wasting time. You're wasting time, because by the time you get there at 6 o'clock, the line already wrapping around the building and you go wait. And sometimes by the end of that day, Mr. Speaker, you're not making call yet. That is what we were facing as a people. Our citizens had to endure that kind of pain, inefficiency, to receive just one simple document that said, and in most cases, I'm sure it said, this person doesn't have a record, it's not known by us, etc., or whatever it does say. I hope it says that for most of us. So that's what it is. And that was the process at that time, a painful process. And then you had to wait for an extraordinary time to be able to then receive the document. Now you're receiving your police certificate character within 48 hours, if not 24, Mr. Speaker. That is a tremendous turnaround, all by the use of technology and the deployment of digital solutions. That is what we're trying to do. And this government is the government that will lead the e-services build-out. And the e-services build-out in simple terms is that we want that all of the services of government that it offers can be obtained by citizens within a digital realm. In other words, you don't have to go and walk into a government office to obtain X service or Y service. Now you can sit down behind your computer or behind your smartphone and you can access that service by the government of Barbados securely, safely, efficiently, and effectively. And we are in the process in midst of building out that e-services platform, and we're going to start to onboard more and more services of government will be put on that platform as we get it launched and get it going, and people of Barbados will be able to then utilize those services in the most efficient and effective of manners, Mr. Speaker. We're talking about digital transformation and ensuring that our country can perform and it can grow, because the growth agenda of the BERT plan is clear and it is apparent for all who would want to see. I want to move back into exports and I want to move back into the industry side of things. You heard the Prime Minister's mention, Mr. Speaker, that we are going to develop these economic and free zones. And in simple terms, it is where businesses will be attracted to specific places with, I guess, with tax incentives and other tax-oriented approaches to incentivizing them to operate from within that space. And we, in the ministry of that I lead, through Export Barbados, are seeking to attract many businesses in the pharmaceutical space, in the science and research space, all across in the biotechnology space. All of these businesses we're trying to attract to our shores because we know that those are the industries that are booming at this point in time. And Barbados should not be left out and cannot be left out of all of the multi-billions of dollars and market potential that these specific industries have the potential to bring to us. So we're going to develop these free zones, these economic zones, where these companies from all over the world, within the region, and even locally, will be able to set up and establish with very low-cost operations and be able to see their way through establishing their operations and moving from there. Moving on quickly. Mr. Speaker, we're doing so much on the industry side of things. We're continuing to develop our infrastructure, and we're developing and opening special spaces for the blue economy-related industry activities, such as mariculture, marine biotechnology, and marine innovation. So we're building out spaces where marine innovation and marine technology can take place. And even in this administration, I think led even by the Minister of Agriculture from St. Philip South, is leading a charge to bring to this country new industries in the space of in the marine space. Farming of prawns and different things like that are going to be built out, and shrimp that are going to be built out here in this country. Industries that we're now building out. New industries. And Mr. Speaker, before I close, it would be remiss of me not to mention and to highlight even the reform that's taking place at the BIDC. We're transitioning that organization, and very soon, even this very week, a paper will come to Cabinet representing the desire for the legislative change to allow for BIDC to now become fully known as Export Barbados. Why? Because we're repositioning the organization to have a greater export-oriented focus. So it was necessary for us to even do the rebranding of the organization itself. But notwithstanding the rebranding of the organization, which is due to come, the repositioning of the organization and the restructuring of the organization has been going on for several months. And the organization is already producing significant results, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, certified exports over the period January to September of this year has grown and shown an increase of 18.8% increase over the same period last year. Certified exports, so we are exporting more over the last, however much that is, 9 months, January to September of this year. Over that period, Mr. Speaker, we have exported 18.8% more than we would have exported in the period before. So we're doing work already, and the progress is already being seen. We are already achieving results, but there's still yet more to be done, Mr. Speaker. And this government has committed, even with the reestablishment now of BERT 2.0, we have committed ourselves to continuing the good work that we have done, and we are going even further than before. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to rest there at this point in time. So even as I close, let me say that I am very much in support of the BERT 2022 plan. I'm very much in support of this administration and its efforts to drive all that is being done. And we are preparing our country and preparing our people for the new era, the new world that is taking place all around us. We cannot bury our heads in the sand, Mr. Speaker, and pretend that this is not our world. We are very much a part of it, and we have to prepare ourselves to be able to face any of those additional shocks that may come our way. We have to do what we have to do. And I believe that this preparation and this step, much like the ant, this step in terms of preparing and shoring up ourselves and re-engaging the IMF to be able to give us the funding support that we need for this next phase of our journey. I believe it is wisdom. I believe it is foresight at its best. And I believe it should get the full support of our people all across the length and our breadth of our country. So I would want to encourage our people as they debate this after today's proceedings, and we hear the public debate on the calling programs and wherever else on social media, etc. Let us understand that this government's objective is to not only stabilize, but to bring growth to our Barbadian economy. It is the goal and the objective of this government, this administration, to move our country forward. But we need all hands on deck. We cannot do this by ourselves. We cannot do this with persons dragging us down and kicking and screaming, but we need to have persons who are on board with us. If you have recommendations for improvements, for suggestions, by all means. But this idea that we just oppose for opposing's sake and we just want to keep on throwing things out there, these impotent opposition voices, they're wasting time. And they need to stop because they're not adding value to the public discourse, but they just want to keep noise. And it's just noise in the atmosphere, atmospheric noise, as the Honourable Member for Christchurch West Central always talks about, atmospheric and environmental noise. And we need to drown that out wherever possible, but they too need to have a responsibility or take up their responsibility seriously. So, Mr. Speaker, in closing, we are doing significant work as an administration all across the various ministries here, all of my ministerial colleagues. We are doing tremendous work, and even within MIST, we are doing a lot of reorganizing and restructuring internally so we can be better positioned to drive innovation all across the public service. So in very short order, we come into various ministerial colleagues and seeing how we can lend assistance in driving the innovation, to driving the efficiencies, driving the effectiveness all across the ministries and all across the departments and all across the agencies of government, so we are better positioned to handle whatever may come our way as a country. Mr. Speaker, I'm obliged to you. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Christchurch East Central.
Thank you so very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise to give my wholehearted support to this resolution. But, sir, permit me, I feel as if I'm playing a little bit of last man battle, as we would do when we were growing up, sir. Having come after a series of presentations, which I believe, sir, the country, listening very carefully to the contributions of the honourable members, would recall why they placed their confidence in us, sir, in January, and why we have sought to re-engage the International Monetary Fund to support this program that we are articulating today, along with the additional multilateral partners who came to our side, sir, in 2018 to put Barbados on a different trajectory from what we found when we came to office, sir. And it is important, sir, that the public feels and understands that whilst this government has faced an extraordinary series of challenges, both internally, as we found initially, and we've spoken about these things over and over, but I believe the public, sir, notwithstanding some of the recent attempts at discourse, I believe genuinely, sir, that the public understands the nature of the response that the government mounted under the original Barbados Economic Recovery and Transformation Program. The public understood, sir, that we could not complete those initial set of reforms because once COVID hit, sir, it meant that all of us in Barbados, but certainly globally, sir, had to focus very clearly on first, saving lives, saving livelihoods, in order to ensure that there was a Barbados, sir, that is capable of recovery once the pandemic subsided. And therefore, we had to make some very critical choices, sir, 2 years ago, which, coincidentally, sir, we were in a position to make those choices, to come to the rescue of many a Barbadian at a time, sir, when you expect your government to be capable of coming to your rescue, because we had implemented in a very short space of time, sir, in that first 19 months of coming to office, we had implemented and achieved significant success with the reforms implemented under the previous program. And that is not to be taken lightly, sir, because we have done quite a bit of things, and I accept, sir, that the pace with which we have moved may have some people a bit dizzy because people have grown accustomed, sir, to the previous 10 years where nothing seemed like it was happening in this country. And perhaps there are some in some quarters that believe that nothing should happen in this country. But this Barbados Liberal Party, sir, under the leadership of the Honourable Prime Minister, who piloted this resolution this morning, we have a different posture, sir. We believe that Barbados is capable, sir, of achieving great things, but our people, sir, must remain focused, must remain motivated, and must not allow themselves, sir, to be distracted from the mission that we set out in May of 2018, when we said to the country that there were some very critical, there's a mission critical things that needed to be done. We did those things, sir. We had set out a clear plan in a phased way to approach how we will conduct and implement the BERT program. But as I previously indicated, we had to pause, reset, and we've done that with the support of the International Monetary Fund. We've done that with the support of the Inter-American Development Bank. We've done that with the support of CAF, sir. We've done that with the support of the World Bank, sir. And I can go on. And we've done that, sir, with the support, certainly, of the people of Barbados. And it is to the people of Barbados that I say this evening, sir, as I wrap up this debate, that this iteration of BERT, the Barbados Economic Recovery and Transformation Program 2.0, 2022, as is referred to in the document, sir. And the honourable member for St. Michael South Central made it quite clear. There is no room, no, sir, no space for spectators, sir. Everybody got to get a chance in the game. And that's why I made that reference, sir, to last man battle. Because at the end of the day, sir, all of us, no matter where we are in this country, sir, we must rise up now, sir, and choose that which we are going to actively participate to bring Barbados out of this pandemic as we seek to emerge into a space, into a global environment that still continues, sir, to be quite challenging, and to the extent that we are going to recover and recover quickly, that we are going to achieve the lofty goals of transformation. Because recovery in of itself, sir, is not sufficient. It is not sufficient. We must transform the way we do everything in this country. And I know that for some people, sir, that may pose a bit of a challenge. Because as I said earlier, sir, there's still some people in this country who believe, and you can hear it in some of the voices, I want to describe it as opposition, but some of the voices that are out there, trying to distract people. As if, sir, Barbados is the only country in the world producing everything in the world, and that the government of Barbados somehow is as my grandmother would say, sir, whatless, sir, in not responding to the things that they would like us to respond to, sir. When everybody in this country is well aware, sir, everybody's well aware, that the circumstances, certainly in the last 2 years, sir, cause great disruption, sir, to every aspect of all of our lives. And right now, sir, there's some people who would like us to believe that there was no pandemic. They're behaving, sir, as if there was no pandemic. Now, whilst we acknowledge that there was a pandemic, sir, we did not stick our heads in the sand and hope that it went away. We got to work. We responded at every step of the journey, sir, to what was ahead of us. And I believe, sir, that the country placed their confidence again in us in January on the basis of that action by this government. And therefore, as we came into 2022 hoping, sir, for a different year, the war started. And let me go back a little bit, sir, to 2020, because you remember, sir, 2020, after that first 18 months, we started with the gathering, sir. You would recall there was a certain momentum in January, and we started in St. Lucie, then we went down to St. Peter, and by the time we got to St. Thomas, sir, things were starting to there was a certain vibe, sir, excitement taking place in the country. And we had 2020 mapped out for the year that we will re-engage with across the communities and make sure then that we can not just deal with the reforms and the hard reforms that needed to be done, but to ensure that we involve ordinary Barbadians and communities in the BERT program to build greater confidence and resilience within communities, sir. And it has started to take some root, sir. And then the pandemic hit. We had the first case in, I think, March 17th or whatever it was of 2020. And then from there, sir, as you know, the international cessation of flights hit, and then everything came to a screeching halt. And as they say, the rest is history, sir. And we were looking to 2022, sir, as a reset at the beginning of the year, because having gotten over the Delta, even though, yes, we had not yet completed all of the repairs with respect to Hurricane Elsa, we were confident, sir, that we would be able to come into this year, and have a similar set of performance. And the reason that I'm making this particular point, sir, here now, is to remind the country that we need to move very quickly, sir. Very, very, very quickly. And I know that in another space, there are hearings in relation to the light and power and all of these things. And that energy, sir, is well spent. It is well spent, and as it should be, sir, that process will have to be played out. But I want to also remind the country that as that process is being played out, that all of us, sir, we now have to figure out how we are going to mobilize those resources that we have in the banking sector,
the resources that we have in the credit union in this country, sir, to be able to accelerate our own either individual or collective participation in the building out of this renewable energy sector, sir. And the reason that that is important, sir, is because so far for the year, sir, and I'm going to share a couple of numbers just very quickly just to illustrate the point, because when we talk about transformation, sir, and how it affects people, it is important that people understand that the government wants to be able to build not just resilience, but to allow for ordinary Barbadians to be a part of this process. So far for the year, sir, between January and August, sir, we have spent $778.9 million, sir. $778.9 million in fuel, sir. January to August. For the whole of 2019, sir, January to December, we spent $728 million, sir. For the whole year of 2019, $728 million, exact. The reason I make this point, sir, is that we want to be able to not just reduce that, but clearly, for this year, we are going to top out $1 billion, sir, in fuel. $1 billion. So when you think about it, sir, probably about 350, closer to 400 million extra we will spend in fuel this year. And that's assuming, sir, that the oil prices kind of maintain their current levels or even get a little lower, because the initial shock has already taken us to over $300 million in excess for the same period compared to 2019. And therefore, we want to be able to spend that excess money, sir, and it would have been our preference to have spent that excess money in building out the renewable energy sector, either as individuals or collective between the various co-ops that we have in this country. And therefore, we have to move with haste, sir, because, sir, regrettably, that money gone, that money burned. There's no return on that money that has been spent. And therefore, the need to accelerate and do things quickly. I know the Ministry of Energy have, as the Prime Minister announced in March, with respect to the establishment of the rights for ordinary people to have access to renewable energy, the Ministry has gone through the application process and made sure that they can accelerate that. And I know that on the other side, the FTC has already settled the framework with respect to the larger investments, and therefore, sir, it is now time to make sure that we can mobilize this particular sector quickly, not just so that large investors can get that return, but we can build in resilience within our communities, sir. And I know that the ministry has started going around to communities, explaining how this can work and how they can participate either individually or as co-ops or however they choose to do, sir, in order to be able for them to benefit from that investment. Because at the next point in the future, sir, we don't want to be quarreling about oil prices and this type of things on fuel prices, sir. And there are ways that we can mitigate that. And therefore, there's going to be a development of a specific strategy that we will focus on ensuring that we can have a predictability of costs as it relates to either fuels or cost of electricity going forward, such that we can shield ourselves, sir, with respect to the economy, so that we can have a clear platform for growth. But this is important because it is critical to how we will achieve, sir, a level of stability such that growth can take place. Gone are the days, sir, when there will be wholesale subsidization of fuel as we did in a previous iteration of government. And therefore, we have to use now the resources of the country, Barbadians that they have in the banking system or the credit union system, to be able to make those investment opportunities readily available, such that we are building resilience, not just within the context of how we procure fuel or which type of energy that we invest in, but to be able to ensure that we can shield ourselves, sir, from the volatility that clearly exists within the energy markets, and that may very well, sir, exist for some time to come. And therefore, that is going to be important as a critical plank of the transformation effort, sir, in this country. Now, sir, a lot has been said by my colleagues in relation to the Burt plan. And I want to indicate that, and remind the country, that in our initial assessment, sir, when we came to office, the economy was very different than it is today. Extremely different. In many, many, many ways. And you had high debt, you had high fiscal deficit, sir, you had very low foreign reserves, and you had a lower or pretty much negative growth taking place all at the same time. And the truth is, sir, as you know, when you have all those problems like that, is already hard enough to deal with one, but when you got to deal with all four, then you got real problems. And I believe, sir, the country saw it, they smelt it, certainly they smelt it on the South Coast, sir, for 3 years. Our garbage wasn't being collected. Services, sir, in this country had fallen to very, very, very low levels. The Deputy Prime Minister spoke about the water wars that existed in 7 or 8 of the parishes in this country, which we have sequentially sought to resolve, sir. And therefore, we took very clear and decisive action early to be able to rescue that. Now, as I look at the economy today, yes, I acknowledge, and we all acknowledge, that COVID certainly has had an impact, a more devastating impact, sir, on a lot of people in this country. And I don't think that any of us in any way would not want to acknowledge that. But the intervention of COVID was not anything that this Barbados Labour Party government did. What we found in 2018 was entirely a response of the intervention of the previous government and their bad choices. And I remember between the downgrades and the however many different plans that were brought to Parliament to rescue the situation, there was really no hope, sir. Barbadians have seen a substantive difference in the quality of their lives with respect to the introduction of the Burt plan and what we were able to do, sir, when we came to office to address not just those mission-critical elements that we identified, but also to start the reform agenda, which, as I said earlier, was paused because of COVID-19. The use of adversarial financing, sir, fancy term for the fact that the last government wasn't paying people. So people were supplying goods and services to the government and they were not paying them. So there are people out there now who are trying to suggest that somehow we weren't the third highest indebted country in the world, and we're trying to decide which metrics to use, sir, and all of that. And the truth is, sir, it's simple, you know. You have debt that you put out a prospectus and you tell people, come and buy some security. So it could be savings bonds, it could be debentures, treasury notes, treasury bills, the usual things, which is, you know, external loans or the official debt from creditors that you think, and that is defined and tracked as your public debt. But if in your normal operation, sir, people come in and supplying you paper or coming to fix your lighting around the place or whatever it is that people are supplying to you on a day-to-day basis, right? And then you don't pay them, sir. Well, you still owe the money. So yes, you come to Parliament, the estimates, sir, and the estimates will tell you that you borrow some money at 6% or 10%. You get the downgrades, and with each downgrade, it increase the interest costs with respect to what you paid. And that was a particular number which was tracked. But what was not tracked, sir, and not told, was how much money the last government did not pay people when they were supplying goods and services to the government. In addition, sir, the last government, and I said this before, I will repeat it again, sir, The last government for between 2015 and 18, sir, didn't pay a cent in national insurance contributions for public servants, sir. Not a cent. And you know, 250 odd million, just about 250 million, sir, in national insurance contributions for public servants that they didn't pay, sir. That's part of the money that we had to pay when we came into office, sir, under the work program. Tax refunds, sir, that when people pay the taxes and the thing, all of us are here, sir, and look, I get all excited about this thing, sir, because people want the Barbadian public to somehow forget, and the Honourable Deputy Prime Minister indicated that they didn't apologize for a lot of the things that they put us in. These are the things, sir, that took goods and services from trusting Barbadians, sir, from trusting Barbadians to supply government, small people, medium people, but only certain people got paid in this country, you know, sir. But then they want to argue that them is for the small man. But a lot of people supply goods and services to government, sir, and the last Democratic Labour Party government refused to pay them, sir. Refused to pay them. And this government came to office, sir, under the original work program, and we say, look, yes, the official debt was 156% of GDP. But this extra money, the extra $1.9 billion, sir, that was owed either in national insurance contributions for public servants, goods and services that were supplied by ordinary Barbadians and small business people to government that were not paid, sir, and tax refunds that were owed to the same Barbadians, sir, tax refunds that were owed to the same Barbadians, we said, okay, we are going to settle this, sir, with Barbadians, because people will have you believe that somehow or the other, that if I look where, sir, and I ignore you, that somehow the debt, that the liability or the debt, sir, can go where. And you know, sir, it don't work so, because you know that when people there's some people who get very uncomfortable, sir, because when they owe you a piece of money, sir, they don't want to make eye contact with you at all. At all. And the Democratic Labour Party, sir, should be ashamed to even utter a word to Barbadians about either debt, arrears, or anything as it relates to this economy, sir, because their track record on any of these matters by any measure, sir, is abysmal. And therefore, when we go to the public and indicate these are the things that you elected us to address, these are the proposals and the reform efforts that we are pursuing in order to address them, sir, you can see it, you can feel it. And well, sir, I will accept that things have not gone smoothly, and the reason that things didn't go smoothly, sir, for the most part, wasn't anything that was deliberate on the part of the government. We had to make a course correction to respond to the shocks of the economy that faced us in 2020. When we started the original work program, sir, we spoke about building buffers. Building buffers, sir. That was a buzzword. We want to build buffers to absorb shocks. Sir, we didn't know that COVID was coming. We didn't know. And we built those buffers such that when we had to respond, sir, and people should remember that this government set about not just dealing with the NAS issues in terms of the unemployment benefits that had to be paid to people. We introduced the business interruption benefit for the self-employed people, sir, during the pandemic. We did a whole host of social protection measures, the Adopt a Family program, all of these things, sir. Now, I want the public to appreciate it was not our intention, sir, to borrow the money that we borrowed in 2020, 2021. That was not our intention, because we had a certain trajectory with respect to debt going down to 60% by 2033. But because of the circumstances, sir, and because we had already had a strong track record of delivering under the original work program, the international community said, okay, good. It is easy for us to give Barbados assistance now, because they've demonstrated that there's fiscal discipline. The debt the structure of the economy has been effectively remedied, and therefore this assistance on these terms will allow the country to remain stable, such that once growth returns, sir, that we'll be able to have confidence that we'll be able to get our monies back. And we were able to do those things, sir, to respond to the needs of the average Barbadian, sir, your constituents and mine. For the last 2 years, because we were disciplined, we were able to fix those mission-critical areas that we identified. We had to pause some of the reforms with respect to the state-owned enterprises in order to address some of the critical issues that confronted us with COVID. But I raise that now, sir, because as we reevaluate fiscal risk now in a post-pandemic world, because when we went into the first work program, sir, we airport and the seaport were the two of the entities that we did not have to absorb payment of their debt, because they were well-run, well-organized, disciplined. But of course, sir, you know, in a pandemic, when airplanes start flying, then the airport becomes an issue, because an airport only makes money when it got people moving through it. But we didn't send home people like how the rest would have wanted to send home people, you know, sir. The government put money into the airport to make sure the airport can remain, you know, keep your head above water. It's temporary, because we knew that travel was going to resume at some point, and therefore it allowed them to be able to keep their heads above water. And therefore, as we reassess fiscal risk now, in a post-pandemic world, we're going to be relooking all of our assumptions. Because at the end of the day, something can happen next year, sir. That means that some state-owned enterprises that we didn't contemplate needing assistance may need assistance in a different way. So we're going to go through a very specific and deliberate exercise with the fund and our international partners to look at that, because once we've been able to absorb not just this shock, but the shock of the ash, the shock of Elsa, sir, they really, at this point, I would love 3 years, as I said in this chamber before, I would like 3 years, sir, where we could just get things done. So we can show the people of this country what the difference is between a real government, this government, and what these people out here trying to keep noise, sir, trying to distract people with foolishness. Now, sir, I want to move on quickly because I know the hour is late. I'm an economist, sir, by profession, and the truth is that I have to accept now that I'm a politician now. I have to accept it. But I must say, I don't like to respond in this way to some of my colleagues. But as an economist, for about 20 odd years now, there are certain things, there are certain basic things, and that as economists you understand. And I just like any law, sir, there are certain things that as lawyers you understand that is basic to you. For engineers, you've got certain things that are basic, sir. And you know what those basic things are as a lawyer. Engineers will know what those basic things are as engineers. As an economist, I know what the basic things that economists should know and appreciate. Basic things. Now, one of those basic things, sir, is that in the economy, sir, you want things to grow. And therefore, if you want something to grow, just like my grandmother used to do with the little plot of land next to me, so if you want something to grow, you had to go there and put in the seed, and you had to water it and make sure that you're monitoring it, make sure the slugs don't come and eat the thing before the basic things that you got to do in the process, sir, to make sure that something can grow. And therefore, as a government, we don't just say we want growth. As any of my colleagues can attest, the Prime Minister and the economic team will assess the data, and we will ask the specific line ministers to be able to ensure that when they liaise with the stakeholders, as we would say, that we understand what is the dynamics of what is driving growth. So whereas I know that I accept that as economists, and I say this, sir, with the greatest of respect to them, as economists, what we would normally do is that we will wait to get the numbers at the back end. and analyze the numbers when everything done. As the government now, sir, what we do, and I don't know what the others used to do, but as a practicing economist now, on the government side, what we do is not just forecast, but I need to know if I want growth of X, I need to know who can produce the components to get X. So therefore, when X either happens, or if it happens and a little faster than I anticipated, or a little slower than I anticipated, then I need to understand, well, before I get to that point, who or what is preventing me from getting there. And therefore, as a government, we have to be interventionists. Because if you are not communicating with your stakeholders, or then we will have the grand projections out there, but we don't know exactly how it's going to materialize. And that is not the approach that we take as a government. We take our time to make sure that we liaise with the stakeholders in order to ensure that when we say that we're going to achieve growth of X, unless there's something extraordinary that happens, sir, which obviously, if it's extraordinary, then it's extraordinary. It's not within your information set of contemplation. Then I believe the public can have confidence that our approach to getting growth and understanding what is required from a policy level to achieve that growth and how we will engage the various stakeholders in the private sector to get that growth, that approach from our side as the government, sir, is very different from what economists would do, because economists just wait to the end of the quarter, get the data, and then say, oh, it didn't grow. We try as much as possible to engineer the growth. To engineer the growth. So if something is happening to 2 or 3 companies that are critical in a sector, sir, the government got to know. And the government, I don't want to know at the end of the quarter, I need to know at the beginning what is happening with those companies to ensure that whatever policy change is required within any sector, that we can affect their outcome and their decision making as investors in order to achieve growth. But alas, sir, it appears we have entered a political space, and there seems to be a coalition of anti-growth economists, sir, in this country that is almost as if, sir, they've grown accustomed to not seeing growth in the last 10 years before we took office. And therefore, it's almost like Stockholm Syndrome, so you start to expect that there will be no growth. And it is troubling from my perspective as an economist, because this government, sir, not just with respect to our capital works program, which we acknowledge, sir, we amplified to ensure that we can get as many people working when the COVID pandemic was at its height. And yes, sir, we acknowledge that we have not yet recovered fully to 2019 levels, but we expect that we'll be able to do so by the end of this year. That the things that we have introduced to date, sir, have been more than sufficient, sir, to keep the economy as buoyant as possible. As buoyant as possible, sir. There's construction going on all across this country, sir, unlike before. And therefore, as one element with respect to being able to generate growth and get some employment, sir, for a large number of people, then I am confident, sir, that the projections that we have made, not just for this year, but certainly for next year, will be manifested, because we don't just hope that growth will materialize. As I said, sir, we take a very meticulous approach to engaging the various stakeholders, sector by sector by sector by sector, in order to ensure that we either revise our assumptions, and as the Honourable Member for St. Michael North just indicated in relation to exports, he ain't just pull that number out the hat like that, you know, sir. We have an internal mechanism that tracks and see which companies exporting what, whether it is rum, whether it is chemicals, whether it is, you name it, sir. We know that. And the reason that we have taken that deliberate approach is because the intention, sir, is to increase our export potential and capacity up to at least $1 billion a year, sir, over the next 10 years. Now, it don't just happen because you talk about it, sir. You go in a very incisive way to make sure you engage people to be able to do that. Part of the reason that we had the African Caribbean Investment Forum here, sir, is precisely to be able to set the foundation and the platform, sir, to be able to achieve that. So that ordinary Barbadians, sir, will know that when they get up, when the day come, and they produce whatever it is that they got to produce, sir, that there is not just the market, but the financing in place to be able to achieve that export growth. Because we can't all consume what we produce here. And therefore, changing that mindset, transforming that space is going to be important. And therefore, that is what we are trying to do. We've already started with respect to, and you heard the Prime Minister speak, sir, in relation to the Fair Credit Reporting Bill. The digital payment system, sir, and you've heard me say this on many occasions, sir. I want to pay my coconut vendor, sir, on a Sunday for the coconut water with my mobile phone, sir. We almost there. We almost there. I wasn't here last week for the FinTech session, but we almost there, sir. The testing with respect to the major financial institutions, sir, in relation to the real-time ACH, is almost completed, sir. Almost completed, but the ecosystem is already forming, sir, such that I am absolutely confident, sir, absolutely confident that people, businesses, and government departments, as we continue the modernization efforts, which was started by the Honourable Member for St. Philip West, continuing on with the Honourable Member for St. Michael North, that those modernization efforts for government, as the Treasury, sir, upgrades its system such that we can accept all of our payments for anything in government, sir, digitally, and that is one of these very soft, continued reforms, because as we do those things, it means you've got to change your internal accounting systems and the way that things are done, and those things have to be carefully mapped out, which we will accelerate and bring to fruition by the end of next year in order to further accelerate that. But I'm saying to the private sector, to the coconut vendors, sir, to the hairdressers, to the barbers, to everybody, you got to get digital. You got to accept your payments digital. For security reasons, sir, is a no-brainer. For sure. But what it also does, sir, is that when you're ready to expand, you can go into any financial institution, whether it's a trust loan, fund access, or EGFL, or any of the other financial institutions, with a track record, sir, record keeping, because one of those things that have been the bugbear for many small businesses for too long, sir, has been the absence of adequate record keeping. And therefore, the digital payment systems, sir, and solutions that are being rolled out as we speak, I want Barbadians, and I encourage Barbadians, sir, to take them up as quickly as possible. The Honourable Member for St. Michael South Central spoke about the ability to be able to sell on Amazon and eBay and all those types of things. There are some geographic issues that we got to resolve with them, because with those entities, sir, which my ministry will conclude those discussions. But in getting on those platforms in terms of being able to monetize what you're doing, then it means then that you're opening up the market space to the world. Now here's the thing though, sir. The reason that we also working with the African Exim Bank in particular, sir, in particular, is because when people hear us talking about correspondent banking and all these issues, sir, if you keep looking north all the time, sir, you will never get out. There's more than one way to get north. There's more than one way to get north. And therefore, the digital payment systems and the integration that is already a player on the ground from Ghana in the digital payment space. We all know that Republic Bank has bought a bank in Ghana. And the reality is that we had the Kenyans here with respect to M-Pesa, and I know that they're doing some work with the credit union sector. I'm saying to Barbadians, don't just look to the usual PayPal and these types of things that you feel comfortable with. There's more than one way to get paid. And therefore, if there's a blockage there, then we look elsewhere in order to make sure that we can get out too. And therefore, let us not be closed-minded with respect to the fact that as we open up this digital payment space and we create these opportunities, that you must be wise with respect to the platforms that you access, how you access them as well, and therefore allow us to be able to make sure then that people can pay you and pay you through any medium. The reality of the situation is, sir, is that if you you could go to any part of the world, sir, and take out your credit or your debit card, sir. Once I got the chip and pay, you can pay on those systems. And therefore, the digital payment system will allow you to be able to do that. If there's a specific issue by way of geography, there's a way to get around that, sir, by being able to engage with different correspondent banking or different arrangements for payment, which still is going to allow you to get paid, but it's not going to say is an American bank or a European bank or a Canadian bank, but it's some other bank that you can get paid. And that is the reality that we have got to come. We got to come to the realization that there's more than one way, sir, as we say, to skin a cat. And therefore, when you skin the cat, sir, and everybody get paid, then it means that we can get out and grow the economy, get more jobs, and be able then to improve our lives. So I say to Barbadians, sir, that this BERT plan builds on what we have done before, and to the extent that we have now within our own capacity, as you heard the Prime Minister say this morning, sir, if you get up tomorrow and you want to give 50%, 40%, 30%, it ain't good enough. It ain't good enough, sir. You got to put in 110 every day. Every day. Because to transform, sir, you got to do extraordinary things. You got to do things differently. And to the extent that the government is desirous of itself demonstrating that it will do things differently. But different don't mean illegal, sir. Different don't mean that it's something strange. You look and see what are the best practices, as the people like to say, globally, and you pull together what you need to pull together for the particular situation. And that's what I'm saying to Barbadians, sir, that ignore the noise. Plain and simple. Ignore the noise. You can see for yourself what your government, the government you voted for twice, sir, resoundingly so, what your government is doing in extraordinary circumstances. I mean, truly extraordinary circumstances. Not poor decision making, not thing, in extraordinary circumstances. To be able to ensure that we can keep this little space called Barbados, not just the heads above water, but we need to move beyond that now. So we got to get a little more adventurous. You know something, sir? It may not be a full breaststroke or freestyle, but you got to move. You got to kick your legs a little more confidence. And even if you can float on your back, sir, you got to put a little more energy into where you're going, because we cannot allow ourselves to stay still. Because you know, sir, anytime you're out in the sea swimming, sir, and you go on your back to lay afloat, and you start, for until you start the tide, you can just carry wherever the tide going. And therefore, you don't want to allow yourself to have to put in extra work, unnecessarily so. And therefore, we have to make decisions. We've got to make decisions quickly. And I believe it was the Honourable Deputy Prime Minister that spoke about consultation. Yes, we consult. And there's a lot of merit in consultation, but then you got to decide what you're doing and do it. So you can't be going around in circles all the time. You got to make a decision, sir. Stick to that decision, because in this going down, as we will say, sir, if you feeling a little comfortable, it means that you ain't doing. It means you really should assess what you are not doing. Because transformation requires that there must be some kind of disruption from what we're doing. And I know that a lot of us, sir, we've grown accustomed to doing things a certain way, and we get comfortable in an inefficient system, and we build expertise in an inefficient system, and then when something comes along, and then you realize, oh shoot, I ain't really ready for that. And that's because, sir, we have not been actively looking at how we're going to improve. And that is something that we need to get over wherever we are in the economy, and whether that's in health, in education, in the legal system, sir, as economists, as engineers, or whatever, as masons on the construction sites, you name it, sir, we have to evaluate how we are doing things and determine that we must be able to understand that, yes, there will be some type of disruption. But the disruption is only really negative if you have not prepared yourself to acquire new skills or additional skills, sir, to be able to cope with what is happening. The truth is, sir, we are seeing the manifestation of that in the United States. And I will say to Barbadians, sir, don't let nobody fool you and tell you that sugar coming back or something and come back that made you feel comfortable from 30 or 40 years ago. Anybody come and tell you so, sir, they're telling you lies. And therefore, we are not in the business of telling lies. As a government, we are saying to Barbadians, we have a very strong and robust training program not just led by the National Transformation Initiative, but certainly across the education sector, a very strong and robust training program that any Barbadian, sir, will have an opportunity to acquire the skills that they would like to acquire. And therefore, there really is no barrier for people being able to make the change. It is a mental thing. And therefore, let us not go the way of those persons that we see in the United States, trying to mount some rearguard action when the world has moved on. And therefore, anybody in Barbados coming to promise you that they can give you X or Y, or they can bring back the sugar industry to what it was, whatever, however much years ago, or whatever the equivalent of that narrative may be in your circumstance, they're telling you lies. And therefore, we must prepare ourselves to acquire the skills that will allow us to be able to cope with what is clearly, sir, an ever-changing global environment. And no matter what profession we are in, sir, over the last 30, 40 years, we've all seen changes in the practices of every profession. And therefore, let us acknowledge that we can't continue to hold ourselves back, sir, by wanting to do things the way that my grandmother used to do it, sir, or yours, or how my mother used to do it, or my father used to do it in his time, sir, because I will be doing my son and our children's generation a disservice if we don't acknowledge, yes, there's some merit in the way that things were done before, but we have to take the old, the new, create that hybrid that is going to work with respect to the circumstances of Barbadians, and that is what would allow us to achieve some measure of transformation that would allow ordinary Barbadians that when they leave school, sir, that they have real options, not just options to be able to get a job in Barbados, but the use of technology and being able to leverage the digital payments ecosystem that we're building would allow Barbadians to be able to supply their goods and services to any part of the world, sir, any part of the world. And therefore not seeing 166 as a limiting factor, but as basically the platform, sir, upon which our citizens will be globally focused, and therefore allow us then to be able to exploit opportunities as they arise. Now, sir, this new BERT program, as members of the public may have heard already, we achieved staff level agreement certainly with the International Monetary Fund to support the financing of this, part of the financing, of this program. We're going to be focusing a lot on climate resilience and building, as we've already started with respect to the housing program, and building resilient housing for low-income persons across the country. Those mitigation efforts in response to climate, we're going to be focusing a lot, sir, on driving a lot of capital works within the climate mitigation adaptation space, and that will manifest itself, sir, across a number of areas. The works within the Scotland district have already started, and will be consistent with that. As I mentioned, sir, the housing program will also continue with respect to that. Within agriculture, you're going to be seeing, we've already seen the creation of those retention ponds, and you're going to see more technology being deployed within the agriculture space to be able to help mitigate the impact of climate change on farming, which is intended, sir, to be able to bring greater food security and nutrition security to the country. But in all of that, sir, as you know, the realization of Barbados as a logistics hub, plans are in place to be able to bring that to fruition. And therefore, Barbadians have already started to see, with respect to the execution of a number of critical matters there, which over the course of the next 2 years, you will start to see concrete execution and implementation of that. The establishment of a life science hub right here in Barbados, in Newton, to be able to help leverage a lot of the scientific expertise that we have built up over years within our university setting in the country, would allow Barbadians who have qualified in this space to be able to do focus on more research and development right here in Barbados, to be able to retain some of that talent and to be able, obviously, then to leverage any intellectual property or research that may arise from that, but give Barbadians an opportunity to be able to work right here in Barbados. And therefore, this Barbados Recovery and Economic Recovery and Transformation 2022 plan really, sir, is in the hands of the people. And the people of Barbados, in my humble opinion, sir, it is within us, the attitudes, and we spoke about building a new national consciousness, sir. You recall, as part of our initial commitment to the country, that we have to transform the way we do things. Development of that new national consciousness is a part of that. And well, sir, I know that people will continue to voice their views and opinions, and I'm happy to accept all. But after all of that is said and done, sir, we've got to get to work. We've got to get to work, get to work, get to work, get to work. And once we're committed to doing that, sir, to seeing it through, then I am confident that with 3 years of relative calm, sir, that we would be able to start to see real green shoots, not just of quantitative numbers in terms of recovery, that as I say, that those economists that seem to don't like growth, but for ordinary Barbadians to see and feel the benefits with respect to that, such that growth is inclusive. But the reality is, sir, in the past, we've seen recoveries that have not created as many jobs as you would like. But it's not just that it hasn't created as many jobs as you would like, but the reality is that as individual circumstances of persons have been significantly impacted by COVID-19, then we want to make sure that the quality of the job, which means, sir, getting the appropriate skills, and I will re-emphasize again, sir, the National Transformation Initiative, supported as well by BCC, UE, SJPI, I think Erdiston, and certainly I forgot to mention the Barbados Youth Advanced Score, sir, for a number of those young people who have left school without any certification. I encourage them, sir, to go and apply. We're going to try to fast track. We are fast tracking, the construction of the dormitories to be able to accelerate the numbers in terms of the program, because we literally lost 2 years, sir, of that program reaching its particular potential. And I'm saying to the young people of this country, we have not forgotten. Yes, the pandemic caused us to pause, but we have not forgotten that this critical program is important for being able to give real opportunities for getting skills and development for a number of young people. All is not lost. As I said, we're going to accelerate the construction of the dormitory facilities in order to be able to augment that program and see how we can get up to 2,000 persons as quickly as possible to be able to help to turn the tides within that space. A lot of work is being done, certainly within the social sector, and you know the Honourable Member for St. Michael South is deep into those reform efforts to bring a little more harmony, if you like, sir, not just within how the state responds to people, but certainly to be able to see that we can not just identify those who are vulnerable, but to ensure that for opportunities that exist in the country, that those who are most vulnerable, that we can ensure then that they are a part of the recovery, but that everybody, sir, in particular, will be part of the recovery, and we do that in a very deliberate way in order to make sure that nobody, sir, is left behind in this respect. And so, sir, this resolution has my absolute 149% support, And I say 100, I say 149, sir, because every day, sir, I feel as if I put in 2 days' work. And I do so, sir, because I believe very, 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 very clearly that I have been able to benefit from the investment that this country has made in me, sir. And therefore, for as long as I have the opportunity to be able to serve in this space, sir, I believe that Barbados is worth fighting for, sir, worth fighting for. And therefore, right now, Barbadians, we must come together, sir, do that which we know we must do within our space to transform, sir, fight for Barbados. And if each and every one of us, sir, fights for Barbados, then I know that in 3 years' time, Barbados will be in a completely different place than it is today. Notwithstanding what may happen globally, sir, if we stay focused and do not allow ourselves in any way, sir, to be tricked. Do not allow ourselves to be tricked, sir. Do not allow anybody to come and try to pull any wool over your eyes, sir. Do not allow anybody, sir, to come and you know, the fox and the grapes type of analogy, sir. Do not allow anybody to come and dangle anything in front of you, sir, that you know is not real. And then you go and take it and then you lose everything. The Barbados Labour Party, sir, we have set a course for which we know and we are confident, sir, that this country will be able to recover and recover strongly. We are committed, sir, to a very clear and focused, inclusive strategy with respect to being able to build out resilience within our communities. A lot has been said here today, sir, but it's not what has been said alone. It is what has been done and what this government will continue to do. And yes, sir, there may be times that there may be a misstep here and there, but don't let us lose our shirt, sir, over a misstep. Because you know, sir, if you don't try to do something, you will never make a mistake. And none of us, sir, are God. And therefore, from time to time, we will make mistakes. We acknowledge those mistakes, sir. And in acknowledgement of those mistakes, we give the commitment as elected members of Parliament, sir, that within our systems, that we will do the necessary corrections. And therefore, the public, sir, can feel at ease that it has a government, sir, that is prepared not just to accept the responsibility, but to make sure that we do that which we know we must do in order to not just remain in touch with the people, but also to demonstrate that as leaders, we remain humble, sir, servants of the people. And so, sir, with those very few words, I am happy to support this resolution and say to Barbadians, we must remain focused. We must not allow ourselves to be distracted. We must fight hard for Barbados, sir, because nobody else is going to fight for Barbados like us. And therefore, let us all get on board as we did 4 years ago, sir, with the original BERT program. We were impacted by the pandemic, sir, but we will pick ourselves up, sir, dust off ourselves as we know we do, sir. You know, sometimes you fall down, you're outside and you're great, you need, sir, your grandmother gave some sweet water to give that energy to go again. We have to do that now, sir, within our households and our communities again, because COVID, sir, was a hard cuff to the belly, but we've overcome that. And we are here standing today, sir, as a strong, proud, resilient people. And I believe, sir, in my heart of hearts, under this Barbados Labour Party government, that we shall be able to deliver, sir, a better life for all of our people. And with those few words, sir, I am obliged to you.
Honourable, you got to beg.
Yes, I know. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that this resolution do now pass.
The question is that this resolution do now pass. All those honourable members in favour, please say aye. Those against, please say no. We think the ayes have it. This resolution stands passed.
Mr. Speaker, papers recommitted.
Honourable Member for Christchurch East.
Mr. Speaker, I'm commanded to lay the duties, taxes, and other payments exemption multi-currency term facility agreement order number 20 of 2022, sir.
Revert to government business.
Sir.
Honourable Member for Christchurch East.
Sir, with that, we've come to the end of today's sitting, and I beg leave, sir, that the chamber be adjourned until the 25th of October 2022, sir. I see there were a lot of people hoping it was slipping and saying November. October, sir, October.
The question is that this honourable chamber be adjourned until Tuesday, the 25th day of October 2022 at 10 a.m. in the forenoon. All those honourable members in favour, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Meeting, the ayes have it. This honourable chamber stands adjourned until Tuesday, the 25th day of October at 10 a.m. in the forenoon.